Center for Europe at the University of Warsaw and Faculty of Political Science and International Studies of the University of Warsaw organized the international scientific conference titled Poland and the Balkan States Together in Europe at the end of 2024. The conference was held in the Kliment Hall at the Faculty of History of the University of Warsaw in Poland.
Good morning. Welcome all of you. It's a great pleasure for me and my colleagues to host you at the University of Warsaw. My name is Kamil. Zajączkowski. I am the Rector of the Center for Europe of the University of Warsaw. And welcome all of you on the international conference. The title of this conference is Poland and the Balkan States Together in Europe. The conference is organized by Center for Europe, University of Warsaw, and Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, University of Warsaw, in cooperation with our colleagues, friends, with several Balkan states, from Serbia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And now I'd like to welcome our guests, and especially I'd like to welcome ambassadors. Welcome very warmly Ambassador of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mrs. Spirit. Welcome Ambassador of Austria, Mr. Andreas Stadler. Welcome Ambassador of Montenegro, Mrs. Milena Mumin. Welcome. Welcome the Second Secretary of the Slovenian Embassy, Mr. Denis Kuranovic. And welcome the Chief of the Mission of the Consulate General of the Republic of Kosovo in Warsaw, Mr. Gashi. And also welcome our friends from universities and think tank from Balkan states. Our partners from Balkan are University of Belgrade, University of Kragujevac, University of Kliment Ohridski, University of Donja Gorica, University of Sarajevo, University of Banja Luka, University of Travnik, and think tanks, Institute of International Politics and Economics from Serbia, Institute of Sociological, Political and Juridical Research from North Macedonia, and Atlantic Council of Montenegro. Welcome all of you. So now I'd like to welcome and introduce Vice Rector of the University of St. Kliment Ohridski, Professor Goran Ilik. Welcome Professor Turcalo, Dean of Faculty of Political Science, University of Sarajevo. Unfortunately, Professor Darko Nadić, Dean of Faculty of Political Science of University of Belgrade, is coming or not?
He's on his way.
Okay. Yesterday, he met with Professor Marko Barnic, and we understand everything.
Just na Sunday?
No answer. And welcome Professor Mehmedin Tahirovic from University of Donja Gorica. Sorry, I will not introduce all the names, and welcome all of you very, very warm. And now let's give me voice to Professor Daniel Przastek, the Dean of Faculty of Political Science and International Studies.
Good morning for everyone. You can still have only one microphone. That means that we need to talk shortly. Because all floor belongs to Professor Kamil Zajączkowski, head of the Center for Europe. Welcome you in this beautiful aula, because this aula is not belongs for our faculty, it belongs to Faculty of History. And for you may be interesting, because usually when I open any conference, I said something about the university. This is only almost one place at the university who survived the Second World War. And this is almost everything is original in this place. And we have our building is similar of the next on the street, and we don't have aula like that because our building is completely modern. So you can compare how buildings can be looked in the University of Warsaw before the Second World War. Maybe that was looking like that. The old picture sending that was completely different. Welcome warmly you in our university, in our faculty, and also basically the Center of Europe. And I would like to thank Kamil Zajączkowski for organizing this conference, because also in this conference participate members of our faculty. Mark Babic is here. Thank you very much. Big thanks for you. So from the other side of the university, of the faculty, that you also participate and organize this conference. In our country, we said that we have two main universities. The first one is Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and it's the oldest. And second one is University of Warsaw, and it's the biggest and the best. So welcome you in our place, and I hope that you have a very well conference, a very good opinions, because the Balkans for us, for Polish people, are very important. This is a story from my life. I was founded in Rijeka, made it in Rijeka. So for me, the Balkans is very important, because my heart almost is half the Balkans. This is first thing. Also, for all Polish people, the Balkans are important. We have perfect memory from the 70s. For going for Yugoslavia was like a dream going to the West, because we have been completely different. And basically, after '89, our roads is completely different, and we don't know each other so much. And I believe that few more conferences we've made it now, in past and the future, I believe, they will be more recognized. And of course, we cooperated very well, because I'm also going to Belgrade on March to cooperate with University of Belgrade, and also I will support new faculty, not faculty, the new discipline in University of Rijeka, political science. So it's also important to develop political science also in the Balkans, and I believe that our cooperation will be stronger and stronger. I wish you the best conference, best papers, best network, and best party, how we heard from Kamil Zajączkowski, that you will have only one language, science language. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. And now the floor is to Professor Goran Ilik, Vice Rector of University of Kliment Ohridski from Bitola.
Thank you very much, my dear friend. I want to send best regards from Bitola, from North Macedonia. This conference is an excellent event for all of us. Thank you for doing the best of you. This is continuous activity and event where I participate, my university, in my personal capacity, and on behalf of the Rector of the University of Kliment, Professor Zajączkowski, I would like to extend our heartfelt greetings. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you at the opening of this conference. So, distinguished guests, honored speakers, colleagues, friends, and esteemed participants. Today we come together to explore a vital and timely theme, one that speaks to the core of what it means to belong to a shared Europe. This conference is not just an opportunity to exchange ideas and insights. It is a moment to reflect on the bonds that tie us together and the common aspirations that drive us forward. As we look at the current state of Europe, we see both achievements worth celebrating and challenges that require urgent action. Ukrainian war, economic disparities, migration pressures, climate change, and the need to safeguard democratic institutions demanded a united approach. For the Balkan states, the journey towards full European integration continues to be a complex yet rewarding path. Accession negotiations, structural reforms, and the alignment of governance with EU standards remain central to this process. Yet, the promise of EU membership is not merely a bureaucratic goal or a bureaucratic procedure. It is a vision of shared prosperity, security, and common values. These discussions will not only deepen our understanding, but also provide a framework for actionable recommendations that can guide policymakers, academics, and civil society leaders alike. Let us not forget the title of this conference, Poland and the Balkan States, Together in Europe, is both a statement and a call for action. Together we are stronger. Together we can address the challenges of the 21st century and secure a peaceful, prosperous future for all of our citizens. These visions require more than arrangement on paper. It demands trust, dialogue, and shared sense of purpose. It requires us to embrace our diversity as a strength and our common values as a foundation of our collective progress. Before concluding, I wish to express my deepest gratitude to the Rector, Kamil Zajączkowski, and his Center for Europe as a main organizer to this excellent and great and significant event, whose tireless efforts have made this gathering continuously possible. I also extend my thanks to our keynote speakers, panelists, and participants for their dedication and expertise. I urge you all to engage fully in today's discussions, to challenge assumptions, and to think boldly about the possibilities that lie ahead. As we embark on this journey together, let us remember the words of the late Pope John Paul II, a proud son of Poland, who once said, "The future starts today, not tomorrow." Let us make a starting point for a future of deeper cooperation, mutual respect, and shared progress. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful and inspiring conference.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Rector. And now the floor goes to Professor Turcalo, Dean of Faculty of Political Science of University of Sarajevo. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ambassadors and diplomatic representatives from Bosnia, Austria, Montenegro, Slovenia, and the Republic of Kosovo, dear colleagues, professors, our gathering today occurs at a moment when the theoretical frameworks of European integration meet the stark realities of geopolitics. The symbolism of meeting place, Warsaw, cannot be overlooked. The city which has witnessed both the devastation of divisions and the triumph of the European unity now hosts a dialogue on the Western Balkans. Poland's transformation from a country behind the Iron Curtain to a key EU member state offers valuable insights for the Western Balkans' European aspirations. Today's conference brings together a collaboration of academic institutions spanning from the Adriatic to the Baltic. Our partners from Serbia, North Macedonia, Montenegro, our hosts from Poland represents not just different geographic perspectives, but diverse historical experiences that enrich our understanding of European integration. The structure of our conference, as you can see from the agenda, reflects the complexity of the challenges before us. In our morning session, we will, as you see, examine the prospects for Western Balkans EU membership and its implications for the European security, a discussion that takes on new urgency in light of Russian aggression against Ukraine. The afternoon will delve into the intricate challenges of Euro-Atlantic process in the Western Balkans, where internal dynamics meet external influences, as we will see from the case of my country, Bosnia and Herzegovina, in ways that demand our scholarly attention. The expertise gathered in this room is remarkable. We have scholars who documented democratic transition, analyzed security frameworks, and studied the nuances of European integration. The collective wisdom of the scholars will help us understand not just where we are, but where we might be heading. The stakes of our discussion extend far beyond academic discourse, as Goran pointed out, at a time when Europe faces renewed threats to its security architecture. The integration of the Western Balkans represents not just a political process, but a strategic imperative for European stability. Each paper that you are going to listen to today, each speaker, each analysis shared contributes to our understanding of how to build a more resilient EU. Through the support of the University of Warsaw's Excellence Initiative Research University program, we have created this space together for a critical dialogue. Let us use it to challenge assumptions, explore new perspectives, and forge paths toward deeper European integration of the Western Balkans. I would, at the end, like to thank our colleagues from the University of Warsaw and from the Center for European Studies for hosting this conference and for bringing us all together to this dialogue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, because I think I missed during the introduction one person. Welcome, Mrs. Consul of Serbia, Mrs. Dana Jukic. I'm sorry for missing you on the first part of my introduction. So now we wait for Professor Darko Nadić. He's coming on the way, yes? Yes, so it's a small and short surprising. Now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Ambassador of Austria, Mr. Andreas Stadler, because he's not only ambassador, but he's also academic and he graduated University of Vienna, and we cooperate for several years with the University of Vienna. So, Mr. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Zajączkowski, for allowing me to take the floor.
Perfect.
Excellencies, my dear colleagues from Bosnia, from Montenegro, from Serbia, from Kosovo, and I'm very actually happy to be here together with you today because we're talking about a topic of what we call geopolitical urgency. And I'm not going to bore you with diplomatic language. Don't you worry, because I'm not speaking now as the Austrian ambassador, I speak as a political scientist myself. There's a few thoughts I would like to offer you at the outset of this conference. First of all, the title, Poland and the Balkan states together in Europe. First, it entitles me to speak here because Austria is also part of the Balkans. We say that the Balkans start in Vienna at the Rennweg, where there is a castle of Prince Metternich, so we feel part of the Balkans. Secondly, Poland and the Balkans that's together in Europe, this means not yet together in the European Union, because there's a big step from Europe, which is obvious that we are all in Europe, but we are not yet in the European Union. And the European Union, being a member now for 30 years, Austria has joined in 1995, the European Union is a huge factory of rules to which we all have to apply. But it's also a community of solidarity, which is important in a dark moment, and we can rely on it. And this is the reason why the countries of South and Eastern Europe that are not yet in the EU want to join. That is a big challenge in a moment when we have on one side Mr. Putin and on the other side Mr. Trump. They are both in a way instigating us to get our act in Europe together. But we have three challenges that we have to face. Number one is we have to persuade our own societies that enlargement is necessary. So I speak that we have to persuade our Austrian citizens, but we also have to persuade the citizens of the Benelux country, of France, and we have to persuade the countries that have, for example, not yet recognized Kosovo, 5 EU members. There is no European Union completion without Serbia, but without all the countries, including Kosovo. So this is also a challenge that has to be done. And the next challenge is that all the societies in the countries that want to enlarge, including, of course, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, we should not forget them, they also need to make this huge leap forward. That means getting into a community and a factory of rules. I remember when I was a young diplomat, I was in the ministry, member of a group checking Austrian law and changing it to European law. It was a huge effort, and we had to change a few thousand legal regulations. Now it's a few 10,000. So this is a huge transformation process going on in all your countries. And I think if we want to achieve this transformation cause, we need to give it political impetus, and this political impetus is now being given by the upcoming Polish presidency that I think has the commitment to make this geopolitical urgency that we are all feeling in this room tangible and to put it on the ground. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Ambassador. And now the floor goes to Professor Darko, Nadić, Dean of Faculty of Political Science, University of Belgrade.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. And so I apologize for being late because we couldn't find the university. So, dear friends and colleagues from Warsaw, dear friends and colleagues from Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and of course from Serbia, it's a great honor and pleasure for me to first greet you on behalf of my colleagues from the Faculty of Political Sciences, University of Belgrade. I would also like to thank you, the organizers of this conference, who have honored us for being here, and to say something meaningful, of course. This conference, judging by its title, has a positive intention, which is that academic circles in Poland support the Balkan countries in their European integration, despite all the challenges and problems. We are all in Europe, but we are not in the European Union. And I believe that we need not only declarative support, but also help. Because it seems to me that we are facing challenges like never before. Here I'm primarily thinking of war, some sort of total war. That is why I will quote a great American poet, Jill Scott Heron, and few lines from his song, Work for Peace. So, we've got to work for peace. Peace ain't coming this way if we only work for peace. If everyone believed in peace the way they say they do, we'd have peace. The only thing wrong with peace is that you can't make no money from it. So good luck with everything, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Dean. And now a short few words from me. So, ladies and gentlemen, like Mr. Ambassador said, we believe that in one day, in the future, Balkan states, all Balkan states, will be a part of the European Union. It's our political willingness to do it. And like you said, it's now the geopolitical moment, and we cannot wait, in my opinion. Of course, today we'll have discussion about challenges, about a lot of problems, mutual relations between Balkan states, mutual relations between EU and member states of the EU and the Balkan states. But we must do it. We must believe and we must put forward, and the enlargement is our duties to you and to all Balkans people. Goran, yesterday we had a discussion, and Goran said in North Macedonia, few years ago, 90% people wanted to join to the EU. Today, how much? 40%.
The Macedonian campus.
If we wait, so probably 10 years, only 20% will want to join to the EU. So I believe, and I can say on behalf of Center for Europe, and I hope also from behalf of Faculty of Political Science, that we are for enlargement. And I hope that we have a good conference and a lot of positive attitude. And last but not least, I'd like to thank two persons, Professor Artur Adamczyk and Professor Marko Babic, for organizing everything. And thanks to both men, I started love Balkan states. I was in Montenegro, in Serbia, so I hope that next year I will come to Bosnia and Herzegovina. Great thanks then.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Rafał, Riedel. I will have the pleasure to chair the second panel of this conference. Thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me. This is a true pleasure and honor for me to be here today. I find this conference a very valuable initiative, in the sense that, as it was stated on the opening panel, there is a kind of process of mutual learning needed. We need to learn more about Western Balkans, and the Western Balkans also need to learn more from our experience. And when I say we, I mean both Poland as a country, relatively new member state that have just done the way to a full membership in the European Union, as well as I mean we as the united Europe, which evidently needs to learn more about Western Balkans. There are so many interesting dynamics happening in that region, and especially in the context of European integration, this debate is highly valuable. So, guys, I do not want to occupy much of your time with me. I will just start with introducing our speakers today, and I will just give them the floor. Afterwards, we will still have time for some Q&A session. So, very spontaneously, we made a change to my program, and we will start with a presentation by Mr. Drilon Gashini, who is Chief of Mission of the Consulate General of the Republic of Kosovo. Warm applause for him, I suggest. And then we will go according to the plan. So the next presenting person will be Professor Goran Ilik, whom you have already heard all his affiliations. I can only add to this that Goran is a specialist in international relations and EU studies, a legal scholar, right, specializing in EU as a global actor, but also wrote plenty of stuff about Macedonia, the region itself, and for instance Romanian presidency in the European Council, etc., etc. Then we will move to Alma Adrovic, who came to us from Montenegro, actually the Ministry of Defense of Montenegro. She's also the head of the Integrity Department, and she's going to have a very interesting presentation on a hugely important topic of disinformation, so I'm very much also looking forward to this. Warm welcome to Alma, please. And last but not least, we'll have a speech by Professor Sead Turcalo from the University of Sarajevo, whom you could also could hear this morning, and he will talk about Balkans as they are torn somehow between East and West. So nothing new for us here in Poland. We understand this position and also very much looking forward to your presentation. So, without any further ado, I pass the floor to Lukasz, please.
Thank you very much. So maybe I will remain seated. Yes, I was spontaneously asked to speak, and thanks very much to the organizers. I'll say a few things about Kosovo on the way to the European Union. So the paper that was going to be presented, I suggest everyone read. I have not written it. This is by Professor Konrad Pawlowski, Problems of Kosovo on the Way to the European Union. My presentation will be slightly different, will be opportunities of Kosovo on the way to the European Union. And maybe I will make reference to the integration process of all the states of the region, as I think, particularly on the EU, our paths are tied together. So I have the benefit of having recently had in Warsaw our Deputy Prime Minister who's focused on European integration. He met here with the Minister for the European Union, Adam Szłapka, and also with colleagues from the Sejm, the Parliament, to talk about the European Union. Of course, all of our missions are highly anticipating the Polish presidency, which starts on January 1st. And we see it as an opportunity for enlargement, as the conversations, our enlargement are once again becoming more and more relevant and important. We have been assured by our Polish colleagues that enlargement will be among the priorities of EU integration. And of course, there will be a focus on Ukraine, as Ukraine continues to withstand the Russian aggression. But also, there will be focus on the EU accession process of Moldova and other countries in our region. And so, that's very positive. We've had a week of a lot of engagement with my colleagues from the Balkans here, a lunch, all of us with the German ambassador. We have regular meetings as well with the MFA. And so often we're sitting together and talking about our respective paths. And I think on the EU in particular, they're tied to one another. They're not tied to one another only because of this need for good regional relations and good interstate relations, but also because we together are withstanding the vacuum of EU integration in the region, which is an enhanced malign influence of Russia in particular. And so for Kosovo in particular, we're hoping in our EU path to receive a questionnaire on enlargement. So we applied for membership on December 15th, 2022. And we're now waiting for this essentially next step, the acknowledgement of our application and to receive the questionnaire so that we can begin to fulfill all of the stringent guidelines with regards to membership. And then the other part of that is that we are an aspiring candidate country, and we'd like to very soon become a fully fledged candidate country, like all of our neighbors in the Western Balkans. And so that would help accelerate the process for us. And these are the two goals that we're looking to achieve as Kosovo. And we understand, of course, that in order to do that, we have to continue on the internal reform path. There, I'm happy to report that in the past year, we've been among the top reformers according to the comparison of country report results across countries in our region. And so on this technical and professional requirements, we've been doing quite well. Of course, on the political side of the requirements, we have much to do in terms of normalization of ties with Serbia. That's a process that's ongoing. Often, perhaps you hear about it for all the negative reasons, but I'll say that it's also been a productive process. There have been agreements reached. And so we think that with more investment of the EU, more involvement, let's say, perhaps directly by the High Representative in facilitating this process going forward, that can make more progress, both for Kosovo's path to the European Union and for Serbia's path to the European Union. And so maybe I want to close just saying that, as I think we'll hear from all of our countries in the region, all countries are making strides towards joining the European Union. We're very aware that from our EU colleagues who are thinking about internal reforms, who are thinking about decision-making within the EU, there is a desire not to inherit any bilateral disputes or issues, but rather that countries solve those on the path to the European Union. But I think it's a case of there needing to be two to tango. So I think the more real that the European Union accession is, the more it does from the EU in enlargement, the easier it becomes for countries in the region, Kosovo included, to be able to settle any of those bilateral issues that they have. So I will stop there, and thanks very much for this opportunity, and I want to say congratulations to the Center for Europe, to the director, to Professor Babic, and all of those who have been involved in putting together this event. It's critical these discussions at the residency are happening at the academic level as well as political, and I'll just say I'm really happy to continue to take part in these discussions during the residency as well. Thank you very much. Dziękuję bardzo.
Yeah, thank you very much. Drilongashi opened the topic of pre-accession conditionality, which is so hugely important, and this is absolutely true. That was probably one of the priorities of the Polish upcoming presidency, linked to the enlargement and fostering the enlargement process. Second interesting case is, of course, Macedonian case. That's why I immediately pass the floor to Professor Goran Ilik.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Thank you all. My topic of presentation is about the conditionality principles using the Macedonian Euro integration case. It is very interesting because through this case we can detect the burden of the current state of affairs. Namely, I can mention and I can acknowledge three main points of the current situation, not just in Western Balkans, but also in the Macedonia case. That is the incoherence in the European Union, the operation of the European Council of the European Union as an institution which is established with the Lisbon Treaty, as a newly established institution, that treaty, and maybe the main issue, which is political, it is the EU blindness and lack of vision and leadership. The policy of conditionality of the European Union, we can agree that is typical for the European Union, typical for one type of sui generis organization who want to attract new member states, and they are obliged to align with the norms and values of the European Union. I do not want to theorize the European Union, what is the European Union, how is established, etc., etc. But it is very important that we must consider that the European integration process is not a democratic act, not only an administrative procedure, because mainly the establishment of the European Union is geopolitical act. After the World War II, the European Union was established by the support of the Allies, especially the United States, in order to cement the lasting peace in Europe. That is the essence of establishing the European Union with the highest value of peace. We, who came from the Balkans, we especially know the significance of peace, because during the Yugoslavia, that was the only period in the Balkan history when the peace was there for 45 years. After the collapse of Socialist Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, today is birthday, 29th of November, the Republic Day of former Yugoslavia, the peace was disappeared in the Balkans. So, any former Yugoslav republic started their own path to Euro integration. Macedonia was one of them. Since its independence, because the independence of Macedonia was long-lasting and historical cause of many Macedonian revolutionaries, etc., etc., I do not want to dramatize it, but I want to accent the situation that the path towards the NATO and European Union was very rough and still is very rough and harsh for Macedonia itself. At first, after the independence, one of EU member states, that was Greece in those times, vetoed Macedonian accession because of the flag. So Macedonian government and Macedonian Assembly in 1993 changed the flag of Macedonia to the blue flag we have today. So afterwards, we have war conflict in Macedonia 2001. We changed the constitution of Macedonia with Ohrid framework agreement in order to cement the peace in Macedonia. That was also the request of the European Union and other international partners, especially the United States. Afterwards, regarding the dispute with Greece, finally in 2017, our government signed the Prespa agreement with Greece, and we changed our national and constitutional name from Macedonia, North Macedonia. And afterwards, our country became a full member of NATO as a 40th member of NATO. So we survived 40 years of molesting and witnessing double or triple standards from the European Union, especially the international community, because the whole process of EU integration of Macedonia is not regarding the rule of law, the political system, the institutions, but the identity politics issues. That's the main problem. That all of these past years we struggle with identity issues, not with technical, legal, or political issues. And after the NATO membership, when all Macedonia was very optimistic that finally our country will enter into the European Union, because it is the first country from former Yugoslavia who started the stabilization and association process with the European Union since 2005. We challenged the Bulgarian way. So after the Greeks, there came Bulgarians, and they imposed their will to recognize Macedonians with Bulgarian origin. They tried to impose their national narrative on the Macedonian case and vetoed Macedonia within the European Council. So afterwards, we entered into the totally mixed and negative period, which still continues. And today, in parallel, Bulgaria has challenged with a lot of unsuccessful elections. Once again, they cannot establish stable government and so on. So the Macedonian case is floating somewhere in the air, but without any certainty for full accession. Maybe someone from the political elites talked to us, and also from the land, talked to our political elites, that in 2040 Macedonia will become a full member state of the European Union. That provokes very negative reaction from the public in Macedonia. We were one of the countries, together with Albania, which highest support of EU integration and NATO integration. Macedonia, for example, yesterday we talked with Rafał. Macedonia was never Russian, not in essence. In any case, it was not a Russian. There is no any Russophilia down. But Macedonia was always pro-Western. If we talk about history, 200 years ago, Macedonian revolutionaries, Macedonian people who were idolized some independence of Macedonia, they all communicated with the Western allies, especially with the United States, with France, with Italy, but not with Russia, never. So we can exclude the Russia factor in this case. But the problem is when you have accumulated so much frustration of a lot of promises, change flag, change name, change constitution, change once again the constitution, and you will become a member state. So it is what is nothing, it is nothing. The support and the orientation of Macedonian people is always will be Euro-Atlantic. That is not to be disputed. But what can we do now when we have another blockade? We know that the Trump administration, maybe United States, slowly will retreat from its presence in Balkans, for example, in Macedonia, for example, because we hope that the United States will press the Bulgarian side to accept a compromise between the two countries and to unblock the accession process. But we will see what the future will bring in the following period. And the most important things that I said at the beginning, and I will finalize, is that the EU definitely is blind for the Western Balkans. They do not know what to do with the Western Balkans because it is, as Igor Kovshkot, one of the former MPs in the European Parliament, once said, if we want United Europe, we should include whole Western Balkan in Europe in the US. Because Europe cannot be united without the Balkans. So the collective approach to the Balkan maybe is the best solution for all of us, and especially for EU, when we have Russia and China on the other side. The second is the lack of vision, because no European Union political elite has clear vision, not just for Balkans, but for Europe, where Europe goes now or for the future. Europe is definitely a collateral damage from all current and past situations. The war in Iraq, the war in Syria with migrants, the financial crisis, the debt crisis hit Europe very hard in 2008. Afterwards we have COVID-19 pandemic, which hit Europe very hard. Today we have Russia-Ukrainian war, we have war from Israel and Palestine. So every of these negative activities are directly damaging Europe. And Europe is hardly hidden at the moment, without any leadership, without any vision, what Europe should be for the future. The next world order, which is currently forming, is definitely maybe bipolar or tripolar, but the question is, does the Europe will be one of those poles or not? The EU incoherence that will be used by China, that will be used by Russia, and that will be used by Trump administration. Trump, for example, will favorize bilateral relations with the member states against European Union as a whole. So the Polish presidency have a lot to do in the future in that aspect. And the third is the problem of parochialism and elitism of the European Council institution, because we know that if we want some country to become a member of the European Union, the country should receive approval with unanimity from the European Council. Macedonia received a lot of vetos in her short history, these 30 years in the European Council, I don't know, 20 vetoes from Greece, 3 from Bulgaria, 2 from France, and 1 from Netherlands. So a lot of veto on the side of Macedonia. So the European Council definitely that institution, maybe with some new constitutional treaty of the European Union, should be removed from the institutional architecture from the Union, because it is a body which is predominantly national driven, not supranational driven. The European Council safeguards the national interest of the national member states and their national leaders, and not the interest of European Union as a whole, not the supranational interest. And it's better to do it as before the Lisbon Treaty, because with inclusion of European Council, that was the intention of German presidency and German reflection group who wrote the Lisbon Treaty to impose the German influence in European Union, and that was very successful. They imposed their influence in European Union. But I must agree with Anthony Giddens, who must build a Europe of Europeans, not German Europe, not French Europe, not European Europe. And one of the path to create a Europe of Europeans is to remove, maybe this is the key, or to change the way for voting, because unanimity in 27 member states is very complex issue, and it was reflected very negative, not only for the candidate countries, not only for the candidate, but also for the future of the idea for united Europe. Okay, I will end here. We can discuss later about that.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for this very insightful Macedonian perspective on conditionality, which of course Macedonia is a great and interesting case for analysis, where these conditionality principle, conditionality policy is very often played with linguistic national interest, and these multilateral frameworks somehow do not release the tension these bilateral struggles. But okay, there's going to be quite an interesting discussion, I guess. But right now we move to Montenegro, and I give the floor to Alma Abramovic.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the invitation. It's really an honor to be sitting at this distinguished panel today. I will touch upon also the integration, but my topic will be more about disinformation and the influence on democratic processes in Montenegro. One thing that I need to emphasize at the beginning is that although I'm very proud to work in the Ministry of Defense for more than 15 years, today here I'm not representing the Ministry of Defense, but I'm presenting this article, which was a result of research that was done in the postgraduate studies, and it is research based on different publications and facts already published in Montenegro, but also in the region. I will start my presentation now. The agenda will be, I'll talk about the democratic processes in Montenegro and how they were kind of shaped, but also influenced by the disinformation coming mostly from Russian side. I'll touch upon different periods in time of Montenegrin history, so 2016, 20, elections 2020, and the latest elections held last year, 2023. I will talk about also the what was the climate, when Montenegro was about to join NATO in 2017. I will touch upon the population census, because in Montenegro it is also highly politicized topic, so it's not only a statistic one as it should be, but it's also it affects other areas, and we make some conclusions together. I'm talking about the Russian disinformation because, as distinguished Professor Ilik said, EU promises, he mentioned several times EU promises, and that's actually Montenegro has also started the EU negotiation process a long time ago, but there was, we need also to admit it, a gap in the period of this. It was always hot and cold relations. So one part of not very active presence of the EU, or maybe not really so much cooperation going on, made or paved the way for foreign influences to take place in the region. And I'll talk about the example of Montenegro. So Russia's objective in relations with Western Balkans are, as we all know, it's like to project its great power status. It was very active in obstructing the Euro-Atlantic integration of the countries in the region, both all the way to join NATO, but also to join the EU. And we know they are always having this bargaining chip, playing with the consolation for achieving their own goals. Maybe one of the most prominent influence in Montenegro was visible in the political affairs. And because they lack a military presence in the region, they used the far-right nationalists to promote their goals and different also organizations. Their goal was to polarize society, stir up the anti-EU sentiment in the region, and actually they were very good at it. They were actually very active. They knew how to play that. They knew with how to play that, and they invested a lot of money in that, which was also confirmed by different reports made by the prominent institutions, both from the US but also from the EU institutions. And one of the, I will talk about the example of 2016 when we had elections in Montenegro. So on the eve of the elections, we had an attempted political coup in Montenegro, which was prevented. And as a result of that, 13 people have been arrested, out of which 2 were actually EU agents from the Russian intelligence agency. But also not only supporting the political actors, Russia uses cyber attacks as also one of the influence to destabilize the situation in the country. And on the eve also of the elections 2016, we had a major cyber attack where government sites went down. And it was related to a group called Fancy Bear, which was by the US. It's claimed to be tied to the also Russian intelligence organization. But in August 2022, we had a complete shutdown of all the government system, and it was major damage to our IT infrastructure in the government of Montenegro, and also the results of the investigation led to the connections with the Russian government involvement. What Russia is doing in the region is also using the already existing infrastructure. So because of the language spoken in Montenegro, which is almost common language in the whole of the region, they do not have to invest too much into propaganda because they have their media outlets already present in the region, and they are using them to spread the disinformation, which is then easily reaching to the public in Montenegro. Besides from the traditional media outlets, they are also very active on social media, and because of their good strategy, if I can say it like that, they managed actually to achieve the growth of population, which has a very positive opinion of Russia and its political leadership, thereby shaping the opinion and also the political theater in Montenegro. What we need to emphasize that all the political crises in Montenegro were extensively followed by Russian media. They were using different individual participants. They were using proxy groups, but also the Orthodox Church, which was also confirmed in several also EU reports regarding the role of the Serbian Orthodox Church in Montenegro. They were very active and loud before Montenegro joined NATO, and there were advocating for Montenegro to hold a referendum on joining NATO. So they really insisted, and they also always invited the political representatives which are pro-Russian to go to Russia. They were on their TV, different radio shows. They were giving them popularity and in that way interfering also in the internal affairs in Montenegro. They also chose some local politicians who do not have really huge support, but they invested a lot of funds in them, and they made them look very popular within the society by buying media presence for them and fostering their own Facebook pages, giving them a lot of media presence. I'll just here mention adoption of the law on freedom of religion and elections 2022. I will elaborate a little bit more. I just want to say that also the reports showed that up to 2022 it was released that Russia had invested more than $300 million in 20 countries. And among them was Montenegro with its party called Democratic Front, which is a well-known pro-Russian party. So the adoption of the law on religious communities was a law that actually led to the change of government after 30 years in Montenegro. This was a law that was supposed to regulate the relations between the Serbian Orthodox Church and the state. And it has sparked great problems within the society. Although at the beginning the Russian embassies always said that they do not interfere in internal affairs, they then started expressing concerns. What will this law? What will be the consequences of this law for the church in the country? And then they started very quickly spreading the disinformation that this law will actually, it's a US and Vatican conspiracy against the Serbian Orthodox Church. That actually NATO considers the Orthodox Church as a strategic enemy. That it will destabilize Montenegro and it will be directed against Russia. So they were actually playing with the people's religious emotions and facts in order to activate them and to change their political will. I'll just come back. This law actually, as I said, led to the change of government after 30 years. And one of the countries that won the most, one of the parties that won the most votes were actually the pro-Russian parties, represented by here you see two representatives standing with Putin. They actually, the one now right is the Speaker of the Parliament, while the other person who is in this bigger picture, he was actually elected, he was a member of the Parliament and he was the head of our Security and Defense Committee in the Parliament. So we have the pro-Russian, a very prominent player at a very important position within our society. And here are some articles, because he was at the time when we were joining NATO, I was the head of NATO and EU department in the Ministry of Defense, and we had to deal daily with dozens of different disinformation talking about what will our future membership to NATO require and what it will look like. For example, they were always putting this information how much it will cost for Montenegro. They were saying that they will build bases, they will influence our environment. So in that regard, they were very active in that way, and now that person was actually sitting as head of the Security and Defense Board in our parliament, so making decisions in one of the NATO countries. When it comes to media environment in Montenegro and the role they played, the most prominent is one web portal which also gained a lot of publicity because it was heavily sponsorized, so it was all over. And they have even a section called Russian View where they daily talk about the activities in Russia, and they say that Russia will have dominance over the US, and they have got this confirmation from different NATO officials. and they were also very active prior to Montenegro joining NATO, and at that time we had at least 5 pro-Russian portals which appeared overnight, and they were all spreading the same disinformation at the same time simultaneously, that is, to reach the higher audience in Montenegro. One of the problems in Montenegro is that this kind of portals do not require or the regulations when it comes to who is the owner and who actually stands behind the portals are very loose, so it's not really easy to determine where do this information actually come from, so who stands behind them. And so we cannot link them directly to Belgrade, whether to Moscow. And we had also Serbian media purchasing more and more shares in Montenegrin media, which then enabled them to have a greater part and on this media space in Montenegro. I will also touch upon the disinformation which followed the population census in Montenegro. So because the census, as I said, did not raise, it was not used, and it was not supposed to be used for the as a statistical tool, but it was actually highly politicized, because the main questions were not about this, where do we need growth, what politics we need to develop, but it was about how do you declare yourself, what ethnicity you are, which language you speak, and so in this regard they were actually used more for political purposes. The last census was held in 2011. The next one was supposed to be held in 2021, but because of the COVID, it was prolonged to 2022. So actually the census, even before it began, it was known that it would be actually used for more division within the society and the more polarization. This census 2011, so this was the outcome. Montenegro is 45%, 29%, but what was characteristic for this census at the time, because social media was not that active in 2011, it was not expansion as now. We had more visits from officials, especially from Serbia, on a daily basis, high officials coming and advocating for the census, and they used also prominent sportsmen, actually also some public figures, because Novak Djokovic's family is actually from Montenegro, so they actually wanted to say that even though he's from Montenegro, he's actually Serbian, so he is, but you should declare him because he are the same. We should identify with this kind of popular figures. When the census 2021 was announced, immediately the portal Infores, which I mentioned, started a 2-year campaign, which said it's not Montenegrin if it's not Serbian. So that was actually going to persuade people that they should declare themselves as not as Montenegrinians, but as Serbs, even though they live in Montenegro. And actually it was, they were talking about how the Serbian population in Montenegro is endangered and they need to protect it and they need to fight for it. And, but what is also very important is to say that this census was held ahead also of another parliamentary elections. So it was also related to the political parties and to the strength of the political parties at the time. When we talk about this one, so this topic was also very followed in the region as well, especially in Serbia. We had statements from the president of Serbia saying that the elections in Montenegro are important for us, but the most important thing for us is the census in Montenegro. So they were very openly present and interfering in this kind of internal affairs. And they used also the census as a competition, or actually to negotiate for, because it was connected to the parliamentary elections, used as a connection to interfere also with the formation of the governments at the time. Because for the future of Montenegro is one coalition, a Serbian pro-Russian coalition, which won I think 20% of votes, so it was really highly ranked, but the Prime Minister at the beginning said that they will not be part of the government, so they actually wanted to use the census to fight for their place in the government. And even though in 2023 we had the government which was formed without them, in 2024 we had another reconstruction of the government, and now they take part in our government. So actually census was this kind of competition, which is a rivalry between civic and national, and it has negative consequences for society. The census was actually followed by also a lot of disinformation, and we had Debunk EU who made an analysis and found out that over 500 articles published on this topic, 40% of them were misleading, and 80% of them came from Montenegro, the other 20 came actually from the region, from Serbia. Both countries, the position and both position for the census, they all said it was prone to manipulation, so different arguments were used. So 1 year after the held census, so we need 1 year to have the results of the census. This is the latest numbers. So we see that the number of Montenegrins diminished, the number of Serbians remained approximately the same. Of course, it's not divided like this completely, but this is where the majority of personnel declaring themselves said. What I wanted here to emphasize is also that now the Russians always were like less than 1% in Montenegro, but now they are in this latest census is 2%, but officially I believe it is even more. Leading to conclusions. So the presence of Russian disinformation has increased significantly. As I said, one from our part is their will and their political efforts and their strategy, but from the other side it's actually this vacuum space which was left by the inactivity of other actors. I primarily may say here the EU. They use different channels, different individuals, different parties, and rely on a very strong network that they built. Of course, this activity has a little bit diminished since the Ukrainian war, but nevertheless they are still present, and they build an infrastructure which is already there and continues to be used. Alongside this Russian influence, not only economic but political, we need to admit that we have weak media literacy. We have also weak institutions, so we need to work on the resilience of our institutions and our society to deal with this kind of challenges. We have a lack of public awareness about the disinformation and the damage it can cause. COVID pandemic, early elections in Montenegro, and the law on freedom of religion has shaped the narratives and has also influenced the political situation. And I would like to say that we can say that Russia explored the ethnic tensions and the unresolved statehood issue to solidify its influence in Montenegro. It facilitated the anti-NATO and the EU sentiment through extensive support for its proxies, and actually by doing so it enabled a rather active community which is now in support of Russian activities in our country but elsewhere as well. That would be from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this insightful knowledge from Montenegro. Now we go to Sarajevo. Professor Sead Turcalo will speak about strategic implication of external influences, as I understand, not only in this case of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but Western Balkans in general. Right, Professor Maurice? The floor is yours. If your microphone is not, please check it.
It's on. Good morning, everyone. Today I will be presenting, or try to present, in depth the complex geopolitical forces shaping the Western Balkans region path towards the European Union. The Western Balkans, which include, in this case, Albania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, and Kosovo, occupies a critical strategic position. In recent decades, the aspiration of the Western Balkans for EU membership have become more or less central to the political and economic transformations of the region. However, this process is deeply impacted by the significant influences exerted by external powers like we've already mentioned Russia, China, and Turkey. And over the next 15 minutes, I will try to examine the objectives and tactics employed by these actors, the challenges they pose to the region's European trajectory, and the policy implication for the EU's enlargement strategy in the region. My goal is for everyone to come away with a clear understanding of geopolitical complexities at play and their significance for the Western Balkans. First, I'm going to set the stage with the geopolitical pluralism within the Western Balkans. To understand the dynamics at work, we first need to grasp the concept of geopolitical pluralism. This refers to competitive interplay of strategic interests by major powers in specific region. It's a concept developed by Zbigniew Brzezinski. In the case of the Western Balkans, the EU, United States, Russia, China, and Turkey are all trying to exercise their influence, often with conflicting agendas. Let's use an analogy to illustrate this. Imagine the Western Balkans countries as ships trying to navigate towards the destination, in this case EU membership. However, the waters they are sailing through are churned by the competing currents of external influences, like shifting winds. These forces can alternately help propel them forward or blow them off the course, depending on their direction and intensity. For the countries pursuing EU integration, this creates a hugely challenging environment. They must work to implement reforms and align with the European standards while managing relationships with powers whose interests may not always coincide with that goal. It's a delicate balancing act that tests their political skills and resolves, and also political will in the region. Who are the key external actors and key external influences? With that context in mind, I will zoom in on the three key external players that are most actively engaged in the region: Russia, Turkey, and China. And of course, EU. The United States are also there, but I will focus on these three that are not this part of what we call foreign policy agendas and strategies of the most of the countries in the region. Understanding their goals and methods is crucial to grasping the challenges facing the Western Balkans and the EU. Exploring each country's approach, I will try to actually visualize them as chess players making strategic moves on a geopolitical board to secure their interests and expand their influences. When we picture Russia as a chess grandmaster seeking to maintain its sway in a region it has long considered part of its sphere of influence, the Western Balkans are a crucial sphere on Russia's board, serving as a buffer against the encroaching phones of NATO and the EU. And to fortify this position, Russia employs very lot of moves. First, Russia supports a lot of anti-Western factions. It nurtures relationships with political parties, leaders, and organizations that share its skepticism of Western institutions. It's also becoming more and more part of what I call the liberal axis in the region, and only includes China, Turkey, and Russia, but also some EU countries, particularly Hungary. And by channeling financial and diplomatic backing to this anti-Western groups, and Russia aims to promote a political climate more receptive to its interest and resistant to Euro-Atlantic integration. It's a bit like Russia is trying to populate the world with pieces more likely to align with its end game. Then there are disinformation campaigns that Alma already spoke about it from the perspective of Montenegro. Russia wields information as a weapon to undercut the credibility and appeal of the EU and NATO. Through media outlets, social networks, and unofficial channels, Russia seeds narratives portraying Western institutions as threats to local sovereignty, culture, and values. The goal is to sow doubt and division, weakening the magnetic pull of European integration. Consider it as a form of psychological warfare on this Western Balkans chessboard. Then, Russia leverages its role as a dominant energy supplier to create dependencies and gain political leverage, particularly patent in Serbia and Bosnia, where Russian energy giants have substantial stakes in key infrastructure. By controlling the flow of oil and gas, Russia can exert pressure and shape decision-making in these countries. It's akin to Russia's holding a powerful free piece capable of influencing the movement of other pieces on the Western Balkans chessboard. Then there are cultural and religious ties. Russia taps into shared Slavic and Orthodox heritage to cultivate grassroots sympathy and goodwill. Through church diplomacy, cultural exchanges that are increasing, and educational programs, Russia presents itself as a natural partner and protector of traditional values. These soft power connections provide Russia with a network of supporters and advocates across the region. In chess terms, it's like Russia is trying to establish a strong pawn structure to control key squares on the board. Second player is Turkey. We can now imagine Turkey as a chess player seeking to revive its historical prominence and project influence over its former Ottoman territories. The Western Balkans, with their significant Muslim populations and geographic boundaries, are a natural target for Turkey's ambitions. Turkey's game involves, first, Turkey uses its economic clout to deepen ties and create dependencies in the region. Through investments, trade deals, and development aid, Turkey positions itself as an indispensable economic partner throughout the region, particularly in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. This not only boosts Turkey's soft power, but also gives it leverage to shape policies and priorities in recipient countries in the Western Balkans, not to forget North Macedonia, of course. And wishing Turkey placing its troops strategically to control critical economic sphere on the globe. Then, cultural and religious diplomacy. Turkey leans into its historical role as the center of the Ottoman Empire and the vital Muslim role to forge bonds of cultural kinship. By sponsoring religious institutions, restoring Ottoman-era monuments, and promoting Turkish language and culture, Ankara cultivates a sense of shared identity and affinity. These people ties serve as a grassroots foundation for Turkish influence. It's like Turkey deploying its bishops to engage the hearts and minds of local populations on this Western Balkans chessboard. Turkey styles itself as a pivotal problem solver and go-between in regional disputes. Whether it's mediating between Bosnian Serbs and Bosniaks or facilitating dialogue between Serbia and Kosovo, Turkey positions itself as an essential diplomatic player. By inserting itself in regional crisis, Turkey aims to demonstrate its geopolitical importance and shape outcomes in line with its interests. Picture Turkey as a knight piece jumping across conflict squares to assert its influence. The third player is China, and China plays a long game. We can imagine China as a chess player with a long-term strategy to expand its global influence and reach. The Western Balkans, with their strategic location and potential for economic penetration, have become an attractive target for China's ambitions. China supports centers on infrastructure investment. Through its Belt and Road Initiative, China is investing heavily in the region's transportation, energy, and digital infrastructure. These projects not only generate economic benefits for China, but also create long-term dependencies and leverage. By financing highways, railways, ports, power plants, mostly based on this direct energy, China is effectively buying influence and shaping the region's economic trajectory. We can imagine China methodically placing its pawns across the board to secure vital economic nodes. Then there is this very infamous debt diplomacy. Many of China's infrastructure investments come into the form of loans that can be difficult for smaller Balkan economies to repay. We had this case of the Montenegrin highway. It's a story very much related to this attempt to bring Montenegro in this debt trap. Then this creates a dynamic where countries may feel compelled to align their policies with China and Chinese interests to secure more favorable terms or avoid default. It's a bit like China using its financial muscle to limit the movement of other pieces on the chessboard. And there is transactional diplomacy. China often uses its economic leverage to extract diplomatic concession on issues that are of interest for China. By tying investment to political support, China aims to create a bloc of friendly states that will back its position in international forums. Recently, China signed this strategic agreement with Serbia. Serbia and even Serbia as a strategic partner in the region. And we can consider it as a form of quid pro quo, China offering economic carrots in exchange for diplomatic leverage. So these interlocking strategies, all the three countries, Russia, Turkey, and China, are each trying to shape the Western Balkans in line with their respective geopolitical vision. For Russia, it's about maintaining a sphere of influence and checking Western's expansion, EU and NATO expansion to the region. For Turkey, it's about reviving Ottoman era prestige and carving out a leadership role, studying Europe and Eurasia. And for China, it's about securing economic foothold and political allies that buttress its global rise. While their specific goals may differ, all three powers see the Western Balkans as a vital geopolitical chessboard where they can advance their interests and challenge the dominant Western liberal order. By understanding the motivations and strategies at play, we can better grasp the complex forces that shapes region's trajectory and the challenges they pose for the Balkan states and their EU integration. While these influences can sometimes align with EU goals, like Turkey's support for the regional stability, they more often undercut the reform efforts and good government standards, integral to an accession process. The net effect is to slow the region's European integration and open space for alternative political economic models that dilute EU norms and values. What are the policy implications for EU enlargement? First, I see three key takeaways. The first is geopolitics is increasingly shaping the EU's enlargement topics. As much as the accession process is about fostering democratic reforms and economic modernization, it's also becoming a crucial tool for the EU to secure its interests and regional stability in the face of rival powers. This calls for a more strategically minded and assertive enlargement policy and less actually technocratic approach. Second, the traditional connected to technocracy, the traditional technocratic accession process alone is no longer sufficient. While alignment with EU rules and standards remain essential, geopolitical headwinds now demand more proactive political steering and economic support from EU institutions to keep the region on a European trajectory. The proposed growth plan, economic and investment plan, and the common regional market are steps in this direction that need further reinforced. EU credibility in the region is on the line. Perceptions of European sluggishness and disengagement will only create more openings for powers like China and Russia to entrench their influence over time. Looking at the case of North Macedonia, where the support for EU integration sharply decreased. Looking at Bosnia and Herzegovina, where at the state level we have clear support for the EU integration, but when we break down into the entities, we see that over the last 3 years, the support for EU integration in the entity, Republika Srpska, dropped by 11.1%. Which is actually in line with even decrease of support for EU integration in Serbia. That's according to the last figures, also around 40%. But at the same time, public opinion surveys in Serbia show that the same percentage of the respondents in Serbia and in Russia believe that Ukraine and the West is responsible for the war in Ukraine. Therefore, accelerating integration backed by concrete support and incentives is crucial to securing the EU's long-term regional goals. So what does this all mean for the EU's enlargement policy in the Western Balkans? Put simply, Brussels can no longer treat expansion or enlargement primarily as a technocratic box-checking exercise. The geopolitical headwinds in the region demand a strategic rethinking along several lines. The first is that enlargement is a geostrategic and imperative. The second, that deployment of political and economic capital needs to be the way how to counter external influences, and it will require the EU to put more skin in the game beyond the traditional acquis process. This could include more assertive diplomatic engagement, greater financial assistance for key reforms and infrastructure, clear economic incentives that give Western Balkan states a tangible stake in pursuing a European Union. A good message would be also that to have Montenegro joining EU in 2028. And the last thing, and I will stop there, is unity of messaging and action. To be effective, the EU Western Balkan strategy needs buy-in and coordination from all member states. Disjointed or mixed signals will only create confusion and sap credibility. Key European powers should work in lockstep to advance a common regional agenda. Thank you very much for
Yeah, thank you very much also. Thank you to all the panelists who contributed to this very interesting debate, and now we still dispose some time for having a short Q&A session, and therefore I open the floor for questions. This microphone functions, right?
Yeah.
So I think I see the first person who wants to ask the question, and please introduce yourself and formulate your question and to whom you are addressing it.
Thank you very much for all presenters for very good presentations. My question is for my colleague from North Macedonia. Please tell me what is the must influence on the decreasing support for European Union integrations of the public opinion. What do you think? What is the most important in this question?
Okay, that was the question, Professor. Okay. To be sure, the main factor which influencing the decrease of support for the EU is disappointment and frustration of general Macedonian public for the EU integration process. Because, as I said in my presentation, the whole EU integration process of Macedonia was tackling the identity issues, and the last request from the European Union as the backbone of EU conditionality towards Macedonia was changing the constitution of Republic of North Macedonia for inclusion of the Bulgarian minority in it in order to start the accession process. I must be clear that Macedonian constitution is inclusive constitution, and there are many communities, as we said, regarding our constitution. Not we use the term communities, not minorities. There are Albania, Serbia, Vlach, Turkey community within the Macedonian constitution. The last request from the EU was the Bulgarian one, inclusion of the Bulgarian minority. But the problem is that there is no any guarantee that the Bulgarian side will not block the accession process of Macedonia for the next stages of accession. That's the main reason of disappointment, because EU do not guarantee to us, and they cannot guarantee to us, the behavior of Bulgaria in the future accession process. But, in short, the Macedonian people approve to be included Bulgarians, because we want to include not just Bulgarian community but also Croatian, Slovenian and Jewish community in our constitution. So that's no problem. But the problem is the lack of guarantees and fear at the Macedonian people and opinion, and also the political elites, that Bulgaria will not impose some other requests which are not connected with EU integration process, but which are connected to some bilateral disputes or national issues. That's the main problem. And afterwards, the support of EU decreased because EU stands besides Bulgaria as its member states.
Thank you, Emil. There is a second question, please.
There are two more, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Darko, and I come from the University of Kragujevac Faculty of Law. I would like to ask appreciated Alma from Montenegro, just to provide clarification if possible. We had a chance to hear many channels of distribution of potential fake news, and they were presented quite correctly, I would say. But I'm interested to hear, are we considering each information which comes from those sources as a fake news, or we do have some criteria how to evaluate them? Are they fake news, or are they just politically undesirable news? What I'm aiming to get answered is, are there any criterion beyond politics which decide which news is fake and which is not? Thank you.
Maybe we'll cover questions.
Hello, I'm Marcin Zajączkowski from Warsaw University, here, Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, and I have a brief question for Professor Ilik from Bitola. We met 2 years ago, but briefly I would like to ask about the current Bulgarian-Macedonian relations and these talks and negotiations about the history and the so pregovory in Macedonia. And what is now the situation exactly?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Thank you for the confirmation of the things I presented. Of course, there are criteria, and not all undesirable news are immediately labeled as fake news. This was when I presented the slides, the report from the Debunk EU, which I did. It was 40% of fake news, but there was also a percentage of misleading news as well. So actually, yeah, now I will not go into the details how they declare it, but it's actually fact-checking, which is done afterwards and going back to the source and looking where does it come from, comparing the facts that they exposed there. Are they really just opinion of something, or it is actually related to some source where it could be confirmed? So the verification, of course, is being done there. I'm not doing the analysis myself. As I said, this was a presentation. It was an article based on the reports published by Atlantic Council of Montenegro, and also we have debunking.me, debunking Montenegro, which is doing on daily basis analysis of media reports, both in written, in video materials, as well as portals and social media posts. So I can give you their sources and you have additions.
Just if I may. I can speak loud enough so I can listen to this business.
Thank you for clarification. What just came across my mind when I was listening to you is that you said that we have some statistic data which you have used to build your article, which is quite fine. So I'm just interested in, during your research, you took those data, let's say, for granted, with no further research on the structure of the data. So I'm interested if those data provides clarification or distinction between personal opinion, between unknown source, and between fake facts after the fact-checking mechanisms.
Yes, of course, because the data and the facts and values have been analyzed actually and approved by several other sources. So in that regard, it has been done, and it's not used, as I said, the opinions, but it actually I can use this example maybe of the time when we were about to join NATO. It's like the disinformation about how much the NATO membership will cost. It was being stated by the politicians. It's not, we think that this will cost like this, but it was no, the membership will cost this and this money, and it was fake news. It was disinformation actually, which was publicly said without any consequences, and it had a political background actually. So it was meant to bring the confusion between the population and impose their opinion, actually their attitude towards it. Or for example, we have information that NATO will build NATO bases in Montenegro, and they said it's like it's a done deal, and it was not. So in that regard, also the other the publications have gone through several analyses, and then they have been confirmed, and that's why I use them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. And the situation, as your questions, I understand what's the situation now. The situation is that nothing moves. So only the newly elected government now will impose its power based on nationalism, which is very bad for the future of our country and maybe for the region. They will use it to build up their legitimacy within the border of North Macedonia. It is very important that it is a good solution for the Bulgarian counterpart, because also they built their reputation and legitimacy in Bulgaria with the Macedonian question. So both sides are satisfied except the citizens and except the European Union integration of Macedonia. We had some public address to the political elite, to the Macedonia, that the Euro integration process cannot stop and should not stop, because the only solution for the future development of our country is European Union. And also we want to stimulate the pro-EU attitude of the public in North Macedonia, which is very hard to achieve, because when you think that everything is fine, everything is set, then maybe from Macedonian or Bulgarian side there is some trigger for hate speech, for conflict, for some verbal conflict, etc., etc. And I think that intervention from the third side, from some intervenient, is more than necessary. The best way to resolve this nonsense and this conflict, who keeps Macedonia down, is to United States to intervene, to take two sides, both sides, and to press them to solve this issue as soon as possible. But as I said before, I'm very skeptical about the intervention in the United States with the newly elected Trump administration. But we will see what the future will bring.
Yeah, thank you very much. And the occasion for the last round of questions, please. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentations. I'm Kamil, Ambassador of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I was really interested in for this conference and all presentations from our region. I would like to say that we, like diplomatic representatives here in Poland, are very often together from the Southeastern Europe and the Western Balkan area. And today, simply during your presentation, I was comparing our presentations, which we are faced every day, especially in this period of approaching presidency of Poland by European Union. For me, your presentations will be very useful in the next 6 months to compare every country from our region and to compare our methods and our information about the same subject. What I just would like, because the students are here, to say, I would like a little bit more optimistic attitude. I'm from this region, and after these presentations, I'm a little bit more worried than when I entered this morning. So when I will go out, I would like to bring with myself a little bit more optimistic, not to be scared of influences of this or that. I would like also to hear much more about us and the situation among us, and that was not enough for me in our region. We should to concentrate much more on ourselves and relationship with European Union. So I would like just to give one comment or observation on the base of all presentations. Okay, there is a highway in Montenegro built by Chinese. In every occasion with EU representatives, I asked them, where you were? It was a public tender. It was public invitation. If you don't want to stop some influences, you have to act in some positive way, but not only put the critics, and be absent. So there are so many examples. Our professor from Sarajevo knows very well that we had situation in Tuzla about thermoelectric power station, where it was international public invitation or tender for reconstruction of Block 7. And who was there? Chinese again. Where is European Union? And we have to define the problems in order to solve these problems. Otherwise, you know, we will talk in 10 years the same story like today. Just before the beginning of this conference, I was talking with the professors from the region, and I told that I was here when the Poland was the presidential country last time by EU. And believe me, only geopolitical situation is changed, but situation in our region is the same. We still talk about the process success, and I would like to know, okay, what's changed in that perspective? What is different comparing 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and so on? When we are talking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, we were more ready for accession to European Union than today. We missed that momentum, and we have to ask all together, and this conference is good occasion for that. Whose responsibility is that? Whose responsibility? I will talk about my country. We have to concentrate on these questions, and I believe that this conference and scientific approach will contribute to define the right questions in order to solve this situation. Not only put the critics on this side or that side doing nothing to solve that. Thank you very much, and I hope that we will see each other in next 6 months. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. As I understand, that was not a question, much more a comment. Therefore, it is my role. Also, of course, it's difficult to summarize such a diverse panel. Nevertheless, the term that came to my mind constantly as I was listening to all these presentations was the term that I have heard previously predominantly in Brussels, and that was enlargement fatigue. Enlargement fatigue, predominantly from the old member states side, meaning that especially after this large, big bang, so-called big bang enlargements, there was not that much readiness to enlarge, especially challenging, the big elephants in the room, like Ukraine, like Turkey. But after listening to today's panelists, I also have to say there is a lot of enlargement fatigue on the candidates' countries' side, and it's not only waiting syndrome, as we have talked yesterday. There is something much deeper. It's not only the question of time, prolonging the negotiations, but also the lack of vision, of perspectives, which creates a lot of disillusionment and dissatisfaction and many negative feelings. And maybe I also think that, especially from the scholarly perspective, whenever we are analyzing the prospects, challenges of future enlargements, we shouldn't only limit ourselves to analyzing, all the pros and cons, advantages, disadvantages of enlargement, but equally strongly we should focus on the negative and positive sides of non-enlargement. So if we imagine a scenario in which we do not enlarge and we do not accept new countries, what does it mean? What kind of vacuum it creates? What kind of consequences it has for the region of Western Balkans, for the European Union itself? Because this is equally important question, and actually answering to these questions may move the process forward. So with this remark, I would like to conclude. One more time, let me thank you to all the panelists for great presentations and to audience for fantastic questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, dear gentlemen, please take your seat. We should start with the second panel, which is titled Polish and European Security in the Context of EU Enlargement. This is a very interesting panel, and it is diverse in aspects, in perspectives regarding the security and EU enlargement as well. As first speaker, I will invite Professor Dusan Prorokovic from the Institute of International Politics and Economics with his presentation on the title Ontological Security as a Factor in Balkan Geopolitics. Professor Morokovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation, especially to Professor Babic. My question is why is ontology important? Why is ontological security important? I will start with the title of this conference, Poland and the Balkan states together in Europe. What does it mean? Poland and the Balkans are in Europe, that is a fact. We are in Europe together, right? We are not in Asia. I'm a Serb. We have been connected with the Poles by some political processes since the 19th century. We are also connected by individuals like Adam Czartoryski, for example. We have shared the same fate for 200 years. After all, we are Slavic peoples, culturally close. To a certain extent, it's for me abnormal that at a scientific conference we speak to each other in English. Why then emphasize something that is a fact as the title of a scientific conference? The title of the conference is like this because the Balkans are not perceived as Europe, and they are not perceived as Europe because they are not fully integrated into the European Union. In the political West, collective West, an equal sign is placed between the terms Europe and the European Union. That is why European values are what define the European Union. We are actually Europeans to the extent that we inherit the ideological, political, legal, and other patterns of the European Union. From an ontological point of view, this is simply not true. Europe is a much broader concept than the European Union in a historical, geographical, political, cultural, military, strategic sense. If we want to understand what is happening in Europe today, then we cannot analyze processes and events only through methodologies and theories that, conditionally speaking, determine the EU approach for us. In the Balkans, this problem is somewhat greater than, for example, in Central Europe. You see, today there is already a lot of talk about penetration of Chinese influence in the Balkans, how bad it is. The EU finances several projects through which Chinese activities are monitored. There is no need to elaborate on the thesis of malignant Russian influence. More or less everything is known about it, and my colleagues spoke about it at the first panel. However, despite everything, Russian influence in the Balkans has been maintained, and Chinese influence is still growing. Maybe slower than before, but it is growing. It is customary to say that Russian influence is due to propaganda, fake news, as we heard, and Chinese influence is due to corruption. That is a satisfactory answer that explains everything. However, that is an incorrect answer. The EU has the strongest propaganda tools. In the Balkans, there are only 2 Russian internet portals, registered in Serbia. And not hundreds, but thousands of medias, portals, televisions, magazines, newspapers, NGO agencies, and so on, financed by European Union and the US. So I think that it is not a problem with Russian propaganda. It is a problem now with the capability of European Union and United States to explain something in our problem, in our region. And because of that, problem is on ontology. The EU has the strongest propaganda tools, and next to them is the USA, of course. Essentially, the most corruption is precisely in all those matters related to the financing and lending of various projects, from infrastructure to non-governmental organizations. And here again, the EU is the most active player. The Chinese are far behind, both in the number of projects and in the volume of funds they bring. Of course, now you will all answer me that here everything is in EU activities regarding lending and financing legal, which is true. Yes, everything is designed to be legal, but for ontological security, the more important question is how legitimate is it? The influence of non-Western actors in the Balkans, despite the fact that the Balkan states are in the process of European integration, is growing precisely because many things that the EU does are perceived as illegitimate. Even these methodological and theoretical frameworks are perceived as illegitimate. Excuse me, but if the Balkans are not recognized as Europe because they are not in the EU, then the question arises, and where are the Balkans? In Eurasia, in the Middle East? Some British colleagues categorize Balkans in the Eastern Mediterranean. To put it most illustratively, my impression is that the EU has not known what to do with the Balkans for a long time, that it regrets having admitted Bulgaria and Romania to membership, and then it is angry because support for the political West and Western international organizations is weakening in the Balkans. Ontology is a matter of perception, contextualization, legitimization. Ontological security is one of the foundations of Balkan geopolitics. Formal structures can serve to temporarily maintain the current order established at a given past moment thanks to the distribution of power between interested great or regional powers and local actors, but historical experience shows to us that this does not last for long. The geopolitical goals that are defined by disaffected through aspirations to create a new order are often prepared beyond formal structures and are based on the spread of perceptions about group security, collective security that become part of the collective identity. Perceptions of security and experiences of the common destiny of a nation are influenced by the uniqueness of the Balkan geopolitical space, which is determined by the continuous interest of great and regional powers in this geographical space. Those actors are Russia, Germany, Great Britain, USA, Turkey, France, previously Austria-Hungary, and in the last decade and a half, China. The conflict of the geopolitical goals of external actors, which are today primarily Western and non-Western actors, which is observed in international relations, directly reflects on the regional security of the Balkans, as it automatically causes new re-examination of the current order. Even if the formal structures are guided by different strategies, the arising of questions becomes inevitable because it is induced by reasons of an ontological character. Because of this, disputes between the Balkan nations, whose states are members of the EU and NATO, also persist. For example, dispute between Bulgaria and North Macedonia. And it is not only dispute. Experiences of shared fate and the perceptions of challenges, risks, and threats persist despite formal policies, even in the face of the benefits that come from such formal policies. The outcome of all this is that Balkanization continues. Unfortunately, but the process of Balkanization continues. In certain historical periods, it has manifested itself in different ways, but it has not disappeared. For these reasons, when discussing the situation in the Balkans, it is necessary to pay special attention to the concept of ontological security. Insisting exclusively on analysis and comparisons of indicators concerning formal structures is simply not enough. Balkan geopolitics is also shaped by ontology. At the same time, in the search for long-term solutions, it should be borne in mind that formal structures can affect the concept of ontological security and contribute to the reduction of the conflict potential. For such a thing, it is necessary that there is a minimum agreement of external actors on the regulation of the regional order, which would be based on clear principles and rules. And the European Union is certainly not the only external actor of Balkan security. Unfortunately or not, it is the European Union that missed a great opportunity to quickly, efficiently, and simply integrate the entire Balkans, to establish rules and principles for maintaining regional security and ensuring the legitimacy of its policy. This would have effectively influenced ontological security. However, looking from today's perspective, the last moment to do so was the end of the first decade of the new century. The moment was missed, and thanks to catastrophically wrong strategic decisions, from the one in Kosovo in 2008 to the referendum in Macedonia in 2018, the perception of the European Union has been changing rapidly. So we are where we are today with an open question of ontological security that affects both regional relations and, in a broader context, continental security. At the very end, I need to put one remark. I am researcher of Institute of International Politics and Economics. It's a state institute funded by Ministry of Science of the Republic of Serbia and partially funded by Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Serbia. So we have clear instruction from both ministries. If we are attending at the conference with participants from Pristina, we need to say that under our constitution, Kosovo is not a state. Kosovo is Serbia. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Bonokovic, for your excellent presentation. The next speaker is my dear Professor Nadić from University of Gorica, Montenegro. He will speak today on the following. The main security challenges and threats in the Western Balkans and possible model for solving them in the process of European integration. We have addressed a very contemporary issue, so we will patiently listen to the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Goran. Thank you, organizers, for organizing this very good event here in Warsaw, the third years. Kamil is a domestic person. I saw that Artur divided us on a Balkan side and the Polish side. Probably he has one reason for that. Professor Bonokovic told about oncology, about the problems of the Western Balkans. I will try to be more concrete. Please, before starting my presentation, I would like to mention that every fact what I put in my presentation is on a basis of the research and very relevant these magazines, documents, and sources. First of all, my presentation divided on two parts. One is the problems of the Western Balkans. What I evidenced during this research is, I think, the biggest here article in this journal. And the second one is how to solve the problems of the Western Balkans. My colleague Goran said, mention 15 minutes, I said, no, 20, because you late 10. Yes. I ask you. The main security challenges and threats in Western Balkan, unfortunately, after the crash down, breakdown of the former Yugoslavia, we didn't realize the process of reconciliation on a good way. And it was, from my point of view, unsuccessful process of reconciliation. Despite everything, the Western Balkans is still a very unstable area. 20 years ago, no 20, it was 32 years ago, I was the last negotiation in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the front of the General Staff of Yugoslavia. Unfortunately, I have practical experience of that time. The second question now is improving the problems on the Western Balkans according to the aggression of Russia to the Ukraine, because it is directly or originally European problems. And the reflections also have very big influence on the Western Balkans. As reason for the war situation, traditional neutral states, Sweden and Finland, when I was as a first national military representative to NATO in Mons, in Shape, the first neighbors on that time was representatives from Finland and Sweden, and they prepared for fulfilled membership in NATO. And you can see when it was. Now we have 32 members in NATO. The good research for situation after the aggression Russia, Ukraine, is research Ivan Cluster and Director Mark Leonard of the Center of Library Strategies in Sofia, Bulgaria, in late February this year. And on this graphic you can see the opinion of Europeans. The shallow Ukraine and Russia reaching a compromise settlement is the must probably be situation that's according to this research. However, the majority of Europeans are not inclined to compromise. The research map of public opinion demonstrates that Ukraine war is of paramount importance to Europe, while other conflicts may be equally significant of global scale. In this research, in this article, I didn't include one more research after the winning Trump to the United States. You know the reactions majority European leaders about that, and of course the official policy in the European Union. Moreover, many European citizens view the Ukrainian conflict is European. Key external and internal challenges and threats for the Western Balkans. It is weak governance, fragile civil society, and geopolitical disputes. We know that all the Balkan states have the specific problems. and a specific view, but we have many common problems, and unfortunately we are not capable yet to solve them alone, unfortunately. These factors make the highly susceptible to both local and external disinformation campaign. What about old my colleague Dusan? Disinformation campaign is very intensive of the beginning of aggression Russia to the Ukraine of 2014. Its aim undermined the perception of EU and US values and abstract of ambition of regional states on their path toward European and transatlantic integration. It is not a strategic communication center of excellence 2024. China is significant global partner of Serbia. The free trade agreement signed in October 2023 is a privilege not shared by the EU, the US, or Russia. It is only Serbia in Europe has this agreement with China. You could see probably when was visit of Xi Jinping, Serbia, 7th and 8th May, that it was anniversary on the NATO bombing to the Chinese embassy in Belgrade of 7th May, indirectly signals strategic partnership between the two countries in relation to the West. Furthermore, during the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, 6 China's U-20 military aircraft landed in Belgrade on 11 April 2022, delivering China's VK-3 anti-aircraft missile systems. Also, the Associated Press reported that the missile system were delivered secretly, raising concerns about the arms accumulation in the Western Balkans during the Ukrainian war. Serbia is now the first European country to possess such Chinese missiles. According to the study, Enlargement of the Future of Europe, Vibes from the Capital, which was supported by the European Commission. Please, I recommended this book, all of you, at the cost only 13 euros by internet, and it is studied very good for students and for the scientifics. The report from the National Republican Institute, Washington, which analyzed 9 countries, including Serbia, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, China and Russia, exploit deep division within the population and media to promote their agreements. They disseminate misinformation through ethnically divided media outlets and use propaganda spread by pro-Serbian, pro-Russian, pro-government media to highlight to the China-Russia alliance as a superior alternative to the liberal world order. It is normal conclusion because it is from Washington. The next problem common is identity polarization. Next is the strong influence of religious communities on the government and political parties. disagreed for constitutions and law enforcement by political parties. In my state, the deal between political parties is more strong than constitution. They don't worry a lot about the constitution. It's important to make a good deal. It's trade. It's not political activities, it's trade in political way. High political interference in security sector. In Montenegro and the others, you know that in Albania you have two former chiefs of general staff. One is the president of Albania, the second one is the chief of parliamentarians party, Edi Rama, in parliament of in Albania. A very low rule of law for all characterize all of Balkan states, a significant involvement of policy and security intelligence service, organized crime, particularly in cigarette, drugs, smuggling, where the Western Balkans ranks among highest in the Europe. Unfortunately, it's true. Insufficient institutional development, functionality and cooperation in all security structures of the regional states. Against hybrid actions, it's not common activity. Limited crisis management systems, response capabilities. You know that after the flow in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it's needed for reaction. The crisis management institution in Bosnia and Herzegovina 3 days. For the neighbors, 5 days. It is not according to the mechanism of European Union for the crisis situation. We need to criticize ourselves first of all, and after that, the European Union and NATO. But I criticize them also. Low levels of open and honest communication. No, unfortunately, we cannot communicate between each other without somebody from abroad. We are communicate over European Union, over representative of NATO, over the United States, not directly. It's the bad for us. These concerns already highlight the most significant internal security challenges. External is. My key question is, why aren't NATO and EU and US action preventively in the Western Balkans? You know that the NATO new strategic concept and declaration NATO from summit in Madrid and from summit in Washington, the last one, they said that equivalent, the most dangerous regions are Black Sea region and the Western Balkans. But behavior to both organizations, NATO and EU, not in the same way on those regions. It is not good. Financial Times reported 20th of June this year that Serbia has indirectly exported munition for 800 million euros to the Ukraine. The president of Serbia, Vučić, confirmed it for the interview of Financial Times, and he said it's not directly export. It is our economic interest, but we sold it. The company from the United States, the company from Czech Republic, and from Portugal. It is strange for me. In the same time, you have the situation that Serbia not recognize and not implement the sanction of European Union toward Russia. Something is wrong. Why is a question? Why NATO and EU behavior toward Serbia this way? My opinion is that it's very dangerous for NATO and EU if Serbia go to the side of Russia. In this case, it will be war on the Western Balkans. And I think that President Vučić is very good because his behavior is, at this moment, in this crisis, similar Tito during the 1948 years between East and West. And he is using it. Why not? I will be saying, if we have the opportunity. Where is the Cypriot? If we have our war is part of Europe, Baltic states, the Black Sea region with forces of NATO, before Cypriot, the Macedonians now the best about that because the staff, the vice of chief of staff is from North Macedonia, and you can see Albania also. But in the same time, you can see that in Southeast Europe brigade, which needed to have 5,000 members, soldiers, has only 35 people in the staff. And, of course, it is a little bit of a problem. The budget of the Southeast Europe Brigade is for smiling. Only last year was 385, this year is 275,000. And if we are watching the decisions from, as I mentioned, the declaration, we can see here that on the eastern flank we have all forces, more than 200,000 NATO soldiers. It's not the same reaction. Whoever Western Balkans considered a vulnerable area influenced by Russia and marked by nationalism and tensions among states, there are the limited forces of four in Kosovo and for in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We know the experience of the Netherlands battalion in Srebrenica, 1995. What to speak about that more? My opinion or conclusion during this research that based on this analysis, the author of this text lacks any tangible evidence of secret plan between Serbia, Albania and Croatia, and any major powers of the EU regarding of potential reconfigurations of map in the Western Balkans. Nevertheless, the passive stance of the EU and NATO and US raises suspicion that an ongoing creeping political security process, you know what this means, in the Western Balkans may lead to inevitable changes potential disadvantaging Bosnia and Herzegovina, Montenegro and North Macedonia. As a confirmation of the author's plan is why did Croatia oppose Austrian proposal? No Austrian ambassador, unfortunately, now. Here but I will ask him that if he is here. Austria proposed in EU that Montenegro receive 45 million euros for the establishing of a regional college for the security and defense of the Western Balkans. But Croatia was opposite. Why? It's a new way of relation between Montenegro and Croatia after accepting the declaration in Montenegrin parliament about the genocide in Jasenovac and Mauthausen. And it is this reaction. I wrote one article for Montenegrin Academy for Art and Science about Article 35, what will be between Croatia and Montenegro during the process of European integration, using the experience between Croatia and Slovenia. They made arrangement which is not respect nobody to this moment. It will be very, very difficult to solve. The Berlin process, I will finish for a couple of minutes, is model for addressing traditional Balkans disputes in the successful European integration in the region. I also wrote one article about the Open Balkans and published it in Belgrade, in Institute for Strategic Studies. And I know that it was only for one period, using Edi Rama and Vučić to make a pressure on European Union. The people, Professor Nadić probably knows for that, they made research about the Open Balkans, how to include. This is a part of Berlin process, but European Union not accepted. The key function of Berlin process have in mind the 42 initiatives. Also, I made this article of regional institutions for my faculty 10 years ago. Only Berlin process directly oriented on the 6 states in the Western Balkans. For all other initiatives, the states needed to pay participation. For Berlin process, no. It opposite. They are giving the money. It is the main differences, but many of those decisions is very, very important. The Berlin process allocated substantial financial support, specifically a total 6 billion, 2 billion in grants and 4 billion in loans. It's planned for the period from 2004 to 2007. This represents a substantial increase over 40% in funding for the Western Balkans compared to previous allocation, including Turkey. During the EU Western Balkan Summit in Brussels, December 3, 2023, a joint declaration was adopted highlighting the increasingly complex geopolitical environment dominated by Russia's aggressive war against Ukraine and crisis in the Middle East. Please follow the main common trends. The common threads what bring the declarations of Western Balkan and European Union is 35 key objectives and obligations for the Western Balkan. But according to the security challenges, I will here speak only mention 13 of those 35. Anti-corruption and organized crime. It is together activities for all of 6 states in the Western Balkan. Alignment with common foreign and security policy. Unfortunately, you know that Serbia don't implement this goal yet, and it is one of the obstacles for going on in this area together. Inclusive regional cooperation and good neighboring relations, ministerial forums, operational security cooperation, hybrid and cyber threats, countering disinformation and foreign interference. It needed to be together, but in real situation it's not. Cyber security collaboration, my colleague Alan told that Montenegro had the biggest attack from Russia in 2022. And 1 year, I cannot find 3 my articles, but I put on the public administration authorities because they disappeared after this. Now, European Union opened the cyber center in Montenegro. I hope that it will be something successful. Migration management, according to the EU's action plan, visa-free travel for all Western Balkan states, counter-terrorism and extremism, armed controls. I need to mention that the Western Balkan partners' commitment to elicit the illicit trade and proliferation and small arms light weapons is commendable. High levels of cooperation in combating crime trafficking within the impact framework are crucial. The extended plan beyond 2024 serves an international recognized example successful regional collaboration. You know that Serbia and Montenegro has the biggest number of light weapons in the hand of the citizens on the Europe and in the world after United States. It is the conclusion, the last report of European Union. And on the end, it is 13 points of the 35 what this declaration brings from Brussels. Instead of a conclusion, who does not want to implementation of the Berlin process in the Western Balkans? It's the key question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your exhaustive presentation. The next speaker is respected Professor Nadić, the host of this conference from the University of Warsaw, Center for Europe. He will speak today on increasing politicization of the enlargement process as a threat to European security from the Polish perspective. Professor Nadić, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, organizer, for hosting me.
Please be seated for the close of the
Being serious, thank you very much for the possibility of sharing the content of my intervention through our Balkan friends, I would like to focus on increasing politicization of the enlargement process, a Polish perspective. What I would like to stress at the beginning that last time we had a lot of discussions on the problems regarding the enlargement towards the Western Balkans, especially from the point of view of the decision-making process. I mean that the main challenge is the unanimity. But we Polish researchers agree that this kind of decision-making process should be changed into a qualified majority, but the problem is that this is only Polish researcher attitude, not Polish politicians. When analyzing the history of the European integration, it can be observed that the enlargement of the European communities, European Union, is a permanent component of this process. The European communities, which initially consisted of 6 countries with a total population of approximately 200 million and covered part of Western Europe, currently unite within the European Union 27 members with a demographic potential of 500 million and occupied most of the European continent. For the EU itself, the possibility of the enlargement meant the stabilization of the environment, stabilization of the neighborhood, the gradual removal of potential threats, and the expansion of sales market. The attractiveness of the European Union and the prospect of membership in this structure was and is the most effective instrument of its influence in the near and distant neighborhood. The open door policy motivated the countries of Central and Eastern Europe to implement very painful economic and political reforms. The effort paid off because thanks to the work undertaken from 2004 to 2013, 13 new member states joined the European Union club. However, after this wave of enlargements, there was a clear change in the attitude of European Union societies and politicians towards further expansion. The European Union, based on its historical experience of the enlargement process, has created a catalogue of conditions that a country applying for membership must meet. Article 49 of the Treaty of the European Union clearly states that any European country that respects the values such as respect for dignity, freedom, democracy, and equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights, including the rights of minorities, may apply for membership of the EU. These requirements set out in the treaty are supplemented by the criteria adopted by the European Council in 1993, the so-called Copenhagen criteria, and in 1995, the so-called Madrid criteria. The Copenhagen criteria are a catalogue of political, legal, and economic standards that a country interested in membership must meet, and I don't want to list them because it has common knowledge, all of us, we know those criteria. The Madrid criteria, in turn, refer to the need to adapt the administrative structures of the candidate country to enable effective implementation of community policies and the enforcement of EU law after accession. In 2006, the European Union introduced another obligation related to accession process, and this time it was not an additional criterion which was directed to the candidate country, but it was the criterion which was directed to the EU itself. I mean, it was the requirement that the EU should have integration capacity, absorption capacity, that is, the EU should be ready for enlargement in both the institutional and financial dimension. Problems related to the accession process of Bulgaria and Romania forced the European Union to re-examine its enlargement policy after 2007. It turned out that in those 2 cases, despite the completion of the accession negotiations in 2004, these countries were not able to effectively implement tasks as EU members in the field of combating corruption, organized crime, money laundering, and effective control of EU funds. Problems resulted from the fact that Bulgaria and Romania had obtained the permission of being the member states before they implemented needed reforms. And the European Commission, when assessing both countries and completing accession negotiations, was aware of their shortcomings, but decided to give both candidates the credit of confidence. And this policy showed to be very naive. And after those two countries joined the European Union, the European Commission pressed them to speed reforms. But anyway, it was a kind of lesson for European Union, for European Commission as an institution which taken over this process to be very strict on the technical process of the enlargement. And so after the European Commission introduced quite rigorous rules, and it was related to the fact that the subsequent potential members, the Western Balkans state, but also the Eastern European members, are characterized by an increasing deficit in respecting EU values and fulfilling EU standards. There is an additional unofficial criterion for accepting new members, according to which the European Union, which is not mentioned in any document, which means that the European Union does not want to invite to its club countries that are entangled in disputes or conflicts of an international or internal nature. Internal mainly regards national minorities, and this is a particular barrier for countries currently interested in EU membership, both for the countries of the Western Balkans, but also Eastern Europe. And some words on the diagnosis of problems and barriers slowing down the enlargement process. First, it is enlargement fatigue, and it was mentioned by my predecessors. So the slowdown in the enlargement process on the part of the European Union is related to many factors. The first group of factors is related to the situation within the European Union itself. The wave of recent accession has caused the phenomenon of enlargement fatigue among the public and some European politicians, but also we know that this is also waiting fatigue on the side of aspirant countries, candidate countries. Also, the statement was a result of the lack of progress of reforms in the candidate countries, but also a lack of political will on the side of the EU, which found itself preoccupied with a poly-crisis, starting from the economic crisis, migration, refugee crisis, the rise of populism, illiberalism, extremism, next Brexit, next coronavirus. So in these circumstances, 50 years of enlargement have ended to a gridlock. But the highest challenge to the enlargement process is the very strong, hard politicization of this process. And this is an additional and extremely important element influencing the slowdown of enlargement. This concerns a situation where one of the European Union members is in bilateral dispute with a candidate country. Since the accession procedure requires unanimity of all member states, and they can use their superior dominant position resulting from the fact that they have the right to veto the enlargement process and put pressure on the candidate to accept unfavorable conditions. This is a kind of political weaponry. This is exactly the example of North Macedonia. And today we are dealing with an increasingly strong politicization of the entire process and its increasing exploitation to pursue national interests. Of course, this procedure, I mean enlargement process and politicization, has always been present in the enlargement process, and there are many historical examples of this phenomenon. However, due to the increasing number of EU members and the more frequent references to nationalist slogans in argumentation and political discourse in the member states, the scale of politicization or renationalization of the enlargement process is increasing. Obtaining unanimity on the EU side in the negotiation process will be much more difficult, and the accession process itself will be prolonged in time. A contemporary example of this politicization of the process are the problems in Bulgarian, Macedonian, Greek, Albanian, and Croatian, Serbian relations. I also mentioned Montenegrin Croatian relations, and the last history shows us also the problems between Macedonia and Greece. Yes, so this is why the biggest threat to enlargement are problems in bilateral relations between member states and candidates. These problems mainly concern the delimitation of borders, mainly maritime, and national minorities, but also a lot of historical problems which haven't been resolved. So in addition to the official criteria, there are additional criteria demands from the EU members toward the candidate resulting from bilateral disputes. This is why we can question the credibility of the Union, whether it really wants to expand. If a country meets the so-called technical criteria, I mean Copenhagen and Madrid criteria, and then the member states impose further conditions on it, the process of enlargement resembles the Sisyphean task. Such action is demotivating for candidates and discredits the European Union. This is an example of Macedonia, but not only. If one member state blocks the possibility of integration with the European Union of another country, we can say that the European Union is in a crisis resulting from the decision-making process in this field. One may ask whether the politicization of this process began only with the enlargement to the Western Balkans. However, it seems that the enlargement has always been a political process. Observing the process of the Great Enlargement of 2004, it should be recalled that previously candidate countries were required to regulate all contentious issues between the candidate countries and the member state, but also between the candidate countries themselves. After all, treaties on friendly relations and good neighborly cooperation and recognition of the cross of borders were signed. It is enough to recall Polish-German relations, but also Polish-Lithuanian relations, which were not excellent before our accession process. There were also demands that candidate countries regulate the status of national minorities located on their territories. And we can give an example of Slovak-Hungarian relations and the issue of discrimination of the Hungarian minorities in Slovakia by the government of the Prime Minister Nadić. Because of this discrimination and the lack of solution to this problem, the Slovakia's accession first to NATO was postponed, and also it was the problem in the negotiation process of Slovakia towards the European Union. The emphasis on politicizing the enlargement process towards the Western Balkans results from the fact that the number of these unresolved problems and their scale is much greater than in the case of the countries of the Great Enlargement of 2004. Additionally, what is very important, nationalist movement and parties which 30 years ago were on the margin on the political scene in Europe, now they are much stronger and influence societies, and nationalist and populist slogans are used by current mainstream parties. But there is also the second dimension of politicization, which is connected with the geopolitics. And this, in turn, is related to Poland's security. It is said that the enlargement of the Western Balkans should not be treated by the European Union as a technical process, where candidates are treated like students, pupils who have to pass an exam of their maturity. It is indicated that this is a geopolitical process which is to lead to the absorption of this unstable region of Europe into the EU in order to stabilize the Western Balkans and take it away from the influence of other players, mainly Russia, but also China, what was mentioned before. Because Russia and China are rather interested in destabilizing this part of Europe and weakening the influence of the European Union. For Poland, such a scenario of leaving the Western Balkan countries outside the EU is extremely unfavorable, because it means enabling Russia to penetrate this area and in this way strengthens Russia itself, and for Poland it means a threat for our security. If the EU wants to compete as an actor in international relations, it must expand. It is natural. If we look at the history of the world, always, if somebody wants to exist and have power in the international relations, it should expand. So expansion is a natural process of every ambitious power that wants to develop further. The European Union is doing this peacefully, what is very important. We don't fight with anybody. We just want to expand peacefully. A certain change in the narrative of the European Union politician is visible. The importance of geopolitics in the enlargement process is beginning to be emphasized. And this is why we started to define the enlargement process not as a technical process, not observing the fulfillment of the official criteria, but we should treat the enlargement process as a geopolitical process, because it means the security for the European Union, but especially for Poland. So in Poland's interest is the inclusion of the Balkans in the European Union, and that means that it weakens Russia's position in the international arena and increases Poland's security. And what is very important, the first thing which European politicians should think about is the changing decision-making process from the unanimity to the qualified majority, and it does not need changing of the treaty. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Nadić, for your very precise presentation with very interesting and applicable points. The next speaker is Professor Tomasz Szczepniewski from Catholic University of Lublin, Institute of Central Europe. He will talk about Russian aggression against Ukraine in the new enlargement process, security of Poland. Professor Tomasz.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for the invitation to take part in this conference. So, my topic is connected with this ongoing conflict between Ukraine and Russia and the impact on enlargement process. So, firstly, I would like to focus on Russia towards Ukraine and Eastern Europe, because that's the main issue right now. Then on EU system policy, and then the global impact of this conflict, because it affects also the enlargement process of the European Union at all. So my presentation is based on several publications about Ukraine after Maidan, NATO in the era of peace, and also on this forthcoming book on NATO Eastern Flank, edited together with George Sorka from Harvard University, and is going to be published hopefully in December this year. So when we are talking about Russia's policy towards Ukraine or just towards post-Soviet area, so the most important issue is that Russia is looking for this status for ante. So it means that it's not interested to rebuild Soviet Union, but to gain more and more influences in the post-Soviet countries. So that's why this conflict is about Russia's integrity and about Putin's regime to survive. But also it is important to keep these countries under Russia's control. That's why this conflict is so important and is crucial for Russia. And Ukraine is crucial for Russia's foreign policy. And that's why, according to Zbigniew Brzezinski, for Russia, Ukraine is not a foreign country. So that's the main issue. And also, when we are dealing with this kind of post-Soviet neo-imperial policy of Russia,
So how we are able to stabilize the situation, and regarding to Professor Brzeziński, the best way to stop this kind of security neo-imperial way of Russia is to create this kind of security line between Paris, Berlin, Warsaw and Kiev. So it would be the best answer on Russia's neo-imperial policy for these countries. Right now it's of course, it's very difficult to think about this, but it's connected, as you can see, with the NATO enlargement process. But also, the next problem is that right now Russia is using not only energetic factor, but also military power. So it means that this situation requires to accept new rules of play for the post-Soviet countries, not only in Ukraine, but in 2008, in Georgia, and so on. And before February 2022, Russia was interested in the short and medium term to destabilize the situation in Ukraine. And it was the main goal for Russia, just to keep Ukraine under control and to destabilize the domestic and foreign policy of Ukraine. But the situation has changed because of the presidential elections in Ukraine, and then pro-Western foreign policy of Ukraine, and that's why the situation has changed. And as I mentioned, Henry Kissinger said a very important issue, and for Western politicians or Western scholars, it is not obvious, but for Russia, it's obvious that Ukraine can never be just a foreign country. And as you can hear many times in public speeches made by Putin, that Ukraine is a part of concept Ruskovo Mira, so free nations concept and so on. And Ukraine, as I mentioned, is a really important partner or just part of this concept, and it also it's connected with Russian propaganda in Ukraine and in the European Union, and you know, in the European Union countries there are many political forces which are in favor to Russia. So that's also the problem for the future enlargement, because you know the political scene in the European Union is changing. So you know, we are approaching next elections in Germany, in France, and you know, in Slovakia, the domestic situation has changed, and also in Hungary and so on. So we have many countries which are not interested in the enlargement process. So I'd like to underline that situation. So. The second part of my presentation is about EU system policy towards, of course, towards post-Soviet region. But I would like to give you some main, let's say, problems connected with this policy. So when we are talking about the EU system policy towards the post-Soviet region in 90s to 2004, so it was mostly. So we are talking all the time about economic cooperation and technical assistance, lack of institutional mechanism towards Soviet country, and also when we are talking about the eastern policy of the European Union, so we should also remember that the Black Sea is also involved in this policy. So in 90s it was too messy and too many problems, and also for the European Union it was really important to keep status quo in the Black Sea region, in Turkey and Russia, and to keep this status quo. The turning point is 2004 enlargement process, and because of the enlargement process and because of 10 new member states, the Eastern European countries fall a victim of this kind of enlargement, because the European Union was mostly interested to deal with these newcomers. So that's why this kind of Eastern European countries was not on agenda. And EU created ENP, European Neighbourhood Policy, and the problem with this European neighbourhood policy is, as Romano Prodi said, to
to build a ring of friends, and he also mentioned about give everything but no institutions involved in the process. So, and when we are thinking about the ENP policy, the main problem is that there is not neither enlargement nor foreign policy, and this kind of imbalance between carrots and sticks between when we are talking about this policy, and the main question is what is the end of this game, so rather not enlargement process. So, and then, because we are lack of time, so the third part of my presentation is about global impact of this ongoing conflict, and the first main problem is refugees from Ukraine. So in Europe, almost 3 million Ukrainians, but globally over 6 million Ukrainians. So from demographic perspective, it will be a catastrophe for Ukraine. So that's a very important issue. The second problem is connected with this kind of Budapest memorandum signed in 1994. It was about Ukraine's territorial integrity and stability and security assurance. But we are talking about this kind of new peace process. But the problem is that this memorandum was about integrity of Ukraine and how Ukraine is able to sign this kind of treaty if it's not working. So that's also the problem for the next peace negotiations. Then negative impact on Russia's economy and position in the world. So I mean, the war is costly, so it means that Russia is spending a lot of money on military stuff, but it's right now it's working on war. Economy is mostly focused on weapons and so on production, but the problem is that without this kind of war, the economy is going to collapse to some extent. And it is really important that in the 90s, it was a huge debate about this kind of Europe, greater or wider Europe concept. So on the one side the European Union, on the other side Russia, and we established different areas of cooperation between these, let's say, two powers. But right now, because of the Russia, nobody is talking about this kind of concept. But when we are taking into account that China is a kind of challenge or to some extent a threat, so that's the problem, that Russia is not on Western side, but rather on the Chinese side. So it's also the problem. And of course, when we are talking about this kind of enlargement process, so this, let's say, Russia-Ukraine conflict may have consequences for Ukrainians, Crimean Tatars, and also for the EU and NATO process. Because even today, Nadić she published an article about this kind of peace negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and no NATO. I mean, Ukraine is a neutral country, no NATO involved in the process and so on. So it means that this conflict it affects Ukraine's position and also negotiations with NATO and with the European Union. Of course, Ukraine is a candidate country, but it means that the road is really long because of the size of the country and also because of the war. And it seems right now that this conflict is going to become frozen sooner or later, the same as in Moldova or just in the southern Caucasus. And lastly, I would like to show you the map. First, this map has been published in Express Gazeta, so it's a tabloid in July 2012. But then in June 2014, this map appeared in the Foreign Policy magazine, What Russia Could Look Like in 2035 if Putin Gets His Wish, written by Frank Jacobs. And as you can see, there is Ukraine divided into let's say, three parts. I mean, it's Galicia, central Ukraine, and the concept of Novorossiya and Donbass belong to Russia and Crimea and so on, but also Belarus belonged to Russia, so it's a part of Russian Federation. There are changes in the Baltics, in the Romania and Bulgaria, in the South Caucasus, the countries and so on. So it was in 2012, and in 2012 it was a kind of political fiction. But after 2014, after annexation of Crimea, the situation has changed. But right now, Russia, of course, was not succeeded creating Novorossiya, but the one third almost of Ukraine is under Russian control, or just Russian troops are there. So it means that it's not like right now a political fiction, but we are dealing with this kind of huge challenge which may affect the future of our Eastern European countries. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Tomasz, for your excellent presentation. Previously, I want to ask if somebody else is interested to place a question to some of our discussants here. Any comments from some people? Okay, yes. Please indicate the speaker who will address your question.
Thank you very much. Nadić, Faculty of Law, University of Krakow. Well, in the context of what we have heard from distinguished Professor Thomas, the latest speaker, it is hard to argue or dispute that Ukraine has right to self-determine itself and join NATO. So in that context, I would like distinguished Professor Mehmedin to briefly explain what he meant when he said that if Serbia decides to opt for different integration than NATO or even EU, it would cause war in Western Balkans. I observe it from the perspective of self-determination, similarly like it was advocated for Ukraine. Thank you.
As you know, Serbia only is one state of our region that is at the same time candidate for European Union and that opened the negotiation process with European Union. And in this book, a view from the capital, the conclusion is that Serbia is only formally the candidate for European Union, that its public support is very low for going Serbia to the European Union. And that is on the lowest level now, in this moment, on the beginning of negotiation process. The second term is relations Serbia with China and Russia. The reflections of the security of the Western Balkans is going on from China and Russia over Serbia. Serbia is the main player, the biggest state in our region, and this politics of the authority of Serbia in this moment making the conditions for the influence of Russian propaganda to the Western Balkan, to stop the Balkan states to go to the faster to go to the European Union and to be fulfilled members, because it is satisfies for Serbian politics in this moment, but not for the others, fortunately. And this type of politics has the influence in Montenegro. According to the deviation of society in Montenegro, we have now, unfortunately, absolutely apolitical and social type of deviation society in Montenegro, pro-West and pro-East. It is directly influenced from Serbia. And of course, to be more concrete, Serbian Orthodox Church. You know that by influence of Serbian Orthodox Church, 30 years authority in Montenegro changed. It was directly influenced, and I hope that we are agreed about this situation.
I have objection. I not agree. I'm full not agree. First of all, I need to answer to Professor Adamczyk. You mentioned that China and Russia are interfered in the destabilization of the Balkans. It's not true. Simply, it's not true. They are interested in the stabilization of the Balkans. So Russia established South Stream. No, it's now called Turkish Stream. It's a huge strategical project. Signed agreement about new nuclear electric plant in Bulgaria. Signed agreement about development of railways in Serbia from Budapest to Belgrade. It's also a Chinese-Russian project, joint project. China invested more than $20 billion in the Balkans. Only 14 billion in Serbia. So destabilization is simply not a case for them. They want stabilization. It's paradoxical, but before February 222, please find me one statement of any Russian ambassador against European Union. There is no. European Union was an option for Russia and China. Yes, they are entering into European Union economically and energetically through the Bulgarian and Serbian and Hungary, but I think it's legitimate. But they were not, Russia and China, against European Union. Yes, there are many statements against NATO, but NATO is another thing. Simply, they were not. They were not against European Union. Many things changed since 2022, and we are where we are today, unfortunately. Second thing, it is not a problem in Serbia. It is not a problem in Vučić. We are a sovereign country. We are looking for the modernization. We are looking for the new investments. Building roads, taking credits. Where is the problem? The main problem, ontologically speaking, is in the deficit of democracy. Montenegro is in NATO. How many Montenegrin citizens are in favor of NATO? No more than 40%. Is it democracy? Milo Đukanović, former president of Montenegro, told a couple of months ago, I entered Montenegro into NATO, I recognize Kosovo, despite that fact that majority of the citizens of Montenegro were against that. Which is a deficit of democracy. What's going on in Macedonia in 2018? 80% of ethnic Macedonians were against the change of the name of the state. More than 80%. Angela Merkel answered, it is not legitimate decision, but it is legal. We do not need a census for the changing of the name of the state. It is a root of the destabilization of Macedonia. I don't want to talk about Kosovo and that rubbish and that what's happening in 2008. So European Union made strategic mistakes, and we are now living in the framework of their mistakes. Yeah?
Dear colleague, in your institute, you have a different opinion about those questions from your colleagues there. I had the opportunity to use the article. If you have the situation that 3 months ago you had in Belgrade, on the invitation of the President of Serbia, all Serbs from the region on the summit and to have the Serbian vote in the region. the facts. In his press release last year, he said that Serbian government will protect all Serbians in the world. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. Why only invited people from the region? You have in the Toronto, in Canada, how many thousands population there? 700,000. Yes, please, you can check on the internet. And Chicago and Boston also. You have there in United States, not Serbian Orthodox Church, then Orthodox Church in United States, but in Montenegro you have no Orthodox Church, then Serbian Orthodox Church. It is different, it is directly influenced on Montenegro population, especially Serbs in Montenegro. The second thing, please, you have the facts that Serbia in the last 5 years financing in the defense sector 40% more than the previous time. Why? Why? The crucial question is why? Who will be the enemy in the region for the Serbia? Serbia don't need to have a war with NATO. Who is the enemy here? At the same time, you have the increasing financing expenditure in Croatia. Croatia following the Serbia reaction. The biggest financial budget for the defense sector in Croatia is the last year and this year. Why? It's again the question. Who is the enemy? Bosnia and Herzegovina? Montenegro? No. Not Macedonia, no. Why? A lot of weapons and equipment in the last years. It is the reason that I think that they have directly relations with the influence of Russia on our region. And of course, you said that is useful and stabilization for Serbia, investments for China. I agree. But at the same time, Serbia strategically oriented our European Union. It's not possible if the European Union decision of the European Commission is very clear that will be sanctioned for the states who are candidates and not follow common security and foreign policy. There are the sanctions. No sanction. Why?
Okay, please, okay, let's give a space to our participants for our auditorium.
Sorry.
To ask you. We will process with this discussion with coffee. Professor Silat.
Just a short comment on what...
Short comment and after the question or comment, your comment.
Professor Darko said when referring to Montenegro and the decision that to join NATO without popular support or majority popular support. I mean, democracy is too complex to be reduced to that. Looking, for example, in at Bosnia and Herzegovina, if we look at the popular support, there are almost like 70% of the people in Bosnia, more than 60% of the people in Bosnia who support NATO integration. But foreign policy goals are set by the political elites. They are top-down. There is a top-down approach, and we could never look at that way to democratic processes. I mean, if we would organize a referendum at the level of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we certainly would receive enough popular support for NATO integration. Would it work? Not, because there is no consensus among the political elites. At that time, Montenegro had among the ruling government the consensus about it.
20 seconds.
What we would receive enough popular support for NATO integration. Would it work? Not, because there is no consensus among the political elites. At that time, Montenegro had among the ruling government the consensus about it. Was it a good decision? I think it was the best possible decision, because without NATO integration, this transition that happened in 2020 would lead, or even what happened in 2016 without having Montenegro just before the door of the NATO, it would actually play out in another way. So that, I mean, speaking about democracy and foreign policy, it's always a tricky issue. That's just a comment. I mean.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. I just wondering, why do we have to be so categorical? It's our Balkan feature. We are always categorical. Either it is black, either it is white. So why the presence of the China or in Russia in the Balkan region is automatically something wrong or something bad? From my perspective, we see two competing concepts. One comes from the West and the other comes from the East. There is no differentiation in sense of the legitimacy between them. People from the Western flank of the Balkan countries can advocate for legitimacy and exclusivity of Western perspective for the region, which is not true. Simply not true. It's too categorical. So, can we just put on the table what we have offered by the European Union, by the Russia, by the China, by Turkey, why not? And to see what most suits for us. I just don't see the reason to be so categorical, because if we are categorical, we are not on the way for reconciliation that should be accepted broadly in our region. That's just thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So the time is over for this panel. I conclude that we successfully finished these discussions. Absolutely, there are a lot of open issues that we can discuss and further. At least we are scholars, we have freedom and liberty to discuss about many things about these pressing issues regarding the Balkans and in the new international context, to be precise, not just within the European Union, but also taking account the appearance of Russia and China, and also on the other side of the BRICS group, for example. Okay, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants, thank you very much for your patience. So please take coffee and enjoy the following pages.
Thank you very much. You send me all that collection of papers.
So, I know that what we're talking about are very complex things, but in the end it boils down to a very simple fact, and that fact is that war is bad for the vast majority of the people who participate in it, and that any steps that can be taken to avoid war are very good. So you will notice here that, in fact, I'm not the author of the paper that I'm about to present. My name is Nadić. I'm the Vice Dean for Scientific Research and Development of the University of Vienna Faculty of Law. But the author of the paper is the Dean of our faculty, academic Professor Dr. Cemal Beyatović. He wasn't able to attend here today due to medical reasons and other reasons, and he sent me instead to present his presentation. So I'm not a political scientist, but if you have any questions, I'll be very glad to write them down, and then he will answer them and will email you the answers. All right, so the Dean Beyatović, very quickly, I noticed that nobody's presented himself in the meeting, but he is, the one important thing is he's very established as a researcher, but he was also a member of the military during the war. Our founder of our university was a general in the JNA army, the army of Yugoslavia, and then he was a general in the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. So when he retired, both of them decided that they're going to help the country in the best way that they felt it was possible to do, which is to invest in education. The more people know, the less they are prejudiced and the less likely they are to enter into wars. Zbigniew Erbek said, "Our enemies are bound by nothing but the desire to destroy us." And during his visit to Sarajevo, Wolfgang Schäuble said, "If Europe wants to take itself seriously, it must be able to create peace and stability throughout its territory." And again, he says, "It's not the same time a question. It is at the same time a question of the credibility of Europe itself." We have heard today mentioned that the Western Balkans are Europe. They're a part of Europe, and European Union will never be complete and whole until the states of Western Balkans are a member of EU. The problem is that we have many problems that need to be solved before we are to join our righteous place in this august club. Now, these problems are not new. When I was a child, my grandfather, we were walking and he said, "This house has burned down 4 times because in where we live, every generation must have a war of some kind." The fact of the matter is that there is more that binds us than divides us. Becoming a member of the EU is a stated goal and should be a goal of all the countries in our region. But we have to realize that the EU will not accept us, and this was mentioned also, the EU will not accept us with our problems. They have their own problems. And they want us to try and solve our own problems before we join so that our problems don't become theirs. What Professor Nadić says is that the EU and the US must realize that we don't want their external solutions to our problems. What we want is we want their support and guidance in establishing our own international relations. There's a funny story. There was one individual who came from Sweden, I believe, and he wanted to talk about reconciliation. He started a project on reconciliation, and very few people participated in this. Why? Because he was not able to connect with these people. The experience is uniquely our own. The solutions are not going to be the same as the solutions that will work in France, in Greece, well, Greece maybe, but in Norway. We have our own, we have to find our own solutions, and definitely one of the approaches is that we should work on building our inter and international relations. So what are the problems? We've heard a lot about the problems that would be very big hurdles to us entering the EU. And I will mention some of these problems, but first step is realizing that there are problems, and first step is recognizing that we need to solve them. And based on what I've heard today, I think that we have some work to do in this regard as well. If the US were to withdraw from the Western Balkans and minimize their engagement, which is becoming more likely with the foreign policy that is sure to follow the election of President Trump, the Russian Federation could very well fill the resulting geopolitical vacuum and begin to play an even more prominent role in the region. We've seen that this may not be a bad thing, but it's certainly something that is a reality, and we need to then see if this is something that the EU and the US are willing to enter into. EU is undoubtedly the best option for our region, but again, as I said, we cannot enter the EU until we solve our own problems, and the question is, can we even solve them? Brussels should work on preventing the development of new political and economic borders within the Western Balkans, because this is what seems to be happening, and this could represent the foundation of new conflicts. As far as Bosnia and Herzegovina is concerned, we are involved in the SAB, in the stabilization and accession process, and the EU Commission had issued a positive opinion, thus making BNH a candidate nation, a candidate state. However, we have to realize that this is not because we have earned this status. It is rather a reflection of the changing geopolitical situation and the fact of the matter that if the EU had not taken this step, something which we had talked about a lot today, that is the decline in average citizens' willingness to join the EU could very well take place in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and is already taking place, and this can create then further issues regarding geopolitical stabilization in the region. By firmly setting the region on the path of EU and in the NATO, this should reduce the risk of covert, direct Russian and pro-Russian involvement. It should result in higher investment in the region, thus creating better opportunities leading to the development of the region to a degree comparable to the center of Europe and to its southern periphery, greatly stabilizing and assuring the security of the region. However, we have to realize that the other side as well is very active in both using lobbying as a tool and also using new technology. We have seen, one of my areas of focus is artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is being heavily used both in the form of deepfakes and cheapfakes, but also in other social engineering cases to try and affect the populace in ways that may be not reflective of their true desires. The goal of our region should be to enter into EU membership. This has also been discussed. However, we have to realize that one of the major parts of the region will most likely not wish to do so because of the history and because of many other factors. We have the former president of Serbia, Tomislav Nikolic, saying Serbia will not be a member of any military alliance, and the current president, Aleksandar Vučić, saying Serbia is a military neutral state. This has, in turn, effects in Bosnia and Herzegovina as well, where Milorad Dodik is actively blocking the path of Bosnia and Herzegovina towards NATO, where all political and legislative processes needed to become a member nation have been effectively paralyzed. However, we should keep in mind what Benjamin Franklin said, and that is we must indeed all hang together, or we shall assuredly hang separately. This specifically given the aspirations of Russia to the region and the influence that they're trying to exert. However, perhaps one of the biggest challenges, one of the biggest factors that we have to keep in mind is the economy. Political unrest and past wars have limited investment of foreign capital in the region. Poor trade lines within the EU and with the US are also a limiting factor. And we have huge communication and transportation challenges. These are being actively addressed. Europe and to a lesser degree US is investing in raising this infrastructure, but we also see that China is doing so as well. The emphasis on the traffic network is understandable because the density of the traffic networks is significantly below European standards, and not just the density, but also the quality of these as well. Without international financial aid, it would be difficult to perform the transition of the area in the Western Balkans, satisfy people who have a bright future to look forward to, and their basic needs met, do not easily go to war with their neighbors. One big issue is the specter of graft and corruption. This is something which is almost taken for granted in our countries. There are huge amounts of graft. As an average citizen, as not a political scientist, I can tell you firsthand that sometimes it feels that you need to have a fix, you need to have a connection, you need to enter into corruption just so you can breathe almost. Take the example of medicine, for example. Privatized medicine, we all have socialized medicine, as far as I know, all the countries in the region. However, corruption has led to more and more private medicine. If you want to have, for example, an MRI, the usual wait times are 6 months, wherein you can get it privately the same day, almost in the same hour. This, as a result, is further destabilizing the belief that the average people have in the system and is further undermining the legitimacy of the government and fomenting unrest. The transition from the so-called wartime economies that the countries had during the dissolution wars have created fertile ground for graft, corruption, and crime. The result is violence, a very real factor that must be taken into consideration, especially, for example, in Sarajevo. We've seen rise in crime, especially drug-related crime, where we have even more instances. Never in the history of Bosnia has it ever been this dangerous to walk in the city at night. Together with the US and the EU, our region must work on building up a common market and working on our economies as a whole, and then integrating that common market once it's established in the broader EU framework. There are challenges that are posed by the migration crisis. Now, the Western Balkans faces a different kind of migration crisis because we are not a destination state or region. We are a route. The migrant routes run right through our countries, and you can see one of the routes runs right through Bosnia and Herzegovina. Bosnia and Herzegovina is facing significant migration challenges, specifically because these are additional mouths to feed, to clothe, to keep warm. I'm sorry, is it something?
Sorry, I apologize.
Oh, is it related to with the migrants?
No, not very much with the migrants, but generally your skill to contextualize different aspects of our situation in the Western Balkans is something that simply was a way too creative for me to hold down my horses.
Okay, I'm sorry. Again, this is from the paper by Nadić. The issue of the Western Balkan corridor is a communal problem that cannot be resolved by any one state alone. It requires an external and internal solution that can be done through participation of the EU and the US. And the current geopolitical environment means that they are unable to bear the costs alone. And this issue has the potential of escalating quickly, specifically when it comes to the border regions where we have issues with migrants trying to cross unsuccessfully, then returning, and then sometimes doing crimes and destabilizing and essentially posing challenges to the populace there. Then we have an issue of alleged Islamic terrorism in the region, and some use the specter of alleged Islamic terrorism as a potential danger to security and stability to the region. And in this case, BNH, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the Bosniaks as constitutional people are portrayed as being potential terrorists. This is very frequently posed as a reason why certain processes should take place. However, the European Union force in Bosnia and Herzegovina, EUFOR, we heard about it, and the International Police Task Force have no evidence that Bosnia and Herzegovina and the area of the Balkans present a greater threat from terrorist activities from any other state, European or otherwise, in the world. Speculation on the presence of terrorists in Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Western Balkans appear with troubling regularity in certain media and by certain politicians. Then we have the specter of the ghosts of the war past. Being the location of the wars in the 90s and the early 2000s, the region must face its ghosts, and these ghosts are in the form of convicted by the ECTY or ICTY, convicted war criminals which are not processed and which are allowed to walk freely and in defiance of law and their victims. The security situation is burdened by the fact that many war criminals have not faced justice and are free from prosecution and incarceration, and this, as a result, undermines the belief in the rule of law in our countries, and furthermore gives other types of criminals better leverage in pursuing their criminal enterprises. In the region of Western Balkans, there exists a need to achieve reconciliation and closure as regards the brutal wars that plagued the 90s. This can be done only by respecting objectively established facts and ensuring relations among Western Balkan states based on the recognition of the atrocities that were committed. Only once this has been achieved can the region move forward. Mutual forgiveness and reconciliation can be expected to take only as long as it is based on an objective foundation. In this process, there can be no insistence on forgetting the transgressions of the past. Forcing people with fresh memories of atrocities to forget prematurely or preemptively might motivate new attempts to protect endangered national interests, as quoted by Ashley Paul. There are also environmental concerns. Here, we specifically refer to the Republic of Croatia, which has decided to build a depot of nuclear waste very close to the border of Bosnia and Herzegovina, so at the very edge of their territory, right next to a very populated city in Bosnia and Herzegovina. This is Novi Grad. You can see it right here, and 850 meters further away. Croatia, in their own territory, mind you, has decided to unilaterally to build a storage for nuclear waste. Even though there have been protests by the citizens of Novi Grad, even though there have been political protestations and overtures, this has not resulted in change to their plans up to now. No state alone should be allowed to plan procedures or make arrangements that could result in crises such as, for example, those related to state environmental risks. So finally, in conclusion, it is reasonable to expect that we will prevail because the alternative is the continuation of the cycle of generational warfare. Hopefully, eventually, We will have a Willy Brandt type figure. We'll have the audacity and the skill to create an objective overview of immediate history and realistic analysis as regards to the necessity of coexistence, tolerance, and respect. So as to eliminate the return of uncertainty, regions should be directed towards building a basis for reconciliation of the people of the Western Balkans. This is contributed to by scientific publications such as this, and by scientific gatherings such as this, and by internal fertilization of those pursuing all kinds of international conferences and exchange of views. The future of the states of the Western Balkans cannot be based on negative and narrow-minded concepts and approaches. Our future needs to be funded on universal human values. It is not only the future of the Western Balkans, which is at stake, but the wider region, and as we've seen here too. We all should be clear that the happiness and prosperity of the peoples in this region cannot be built to the detriment of anyone else or any one particular individual. This is our group collective, and thank you very much for your kind attention. If you have any questions afterwards, again, it will be my pleasure to write them down and then email you the answers. Thank you.
Professor Przastek, thank you very much for the presentation. So the next speaker is Madame Kamil, University of Warsaw, and the subject is strategic partnership with Serbia and China. I hope it's not about team and all the experts, how they bring happiness in Serbian polls.
Okay, thank you very much. As the professor said, I would like to briefly present how Serbia cooperates with China since the last 15 years. The Republic of Serbia is the only post-Yugoslav state to pursue a multi-lateral foreign policy. Serbia cooperates simultaneously with the European Union, the United States, Russia Federation, and China. And this is in line with the concept of 4 pillars of foreign policy in Serbia, which was presented by former Serbian President Boris Nadić during his official visits to China in August 2009. Although the concept of 4 pillars was never written down in the document, it is being intensively implemented in practice. So, why has China become an attractive partner for Serbia? Political cooperation between Serbia and China has primarily a symbolic dimension and refers to China's non-recognition of Kosovo independence, which is a vital interest of Serbia. At the same time, China is an attractive economic partner for Serbia, mainly due to the terms of cooperation it offers and the unlimited financial possibilities for China in relation to Serbia's needs. China is an economic competitor with the European Union and the region. In exchange for co-financing the investment, the European Union expects Serbia to comply with European Union regulations, carry out reforms, and adapt Serbia's security and foreign policy to European Union policy. But China does not impose such conditions. As a result, for the last 15 years, China has been a close economic and political partner for Serbia, and since 2016 also an official strategic partner. We can say that the strategic partnership with China can also be seen as a counterweight to the political and economic dominance of the European Union in the region. The basis of bilateral political cooperation between Serbia and China is dual non-interference in the internal politics of the partner country. As I have already mentioned, China does not recognize the existence of independent Kosovo, which is a priority for Serbia. China, like Russia, is one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, and without the acceptance of the government in Beijing, Kosovo should not be formally recognized at the United Nations. At the same time, Serbia does not criticize China's policy towards Tibet and Taiwan. Serbia has not established diplomatic relations with Taiwan at all. What's more, in 2012, at the initiative of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs, a format known as the 16+1 initiative was established. It aimed to promote cooperation between China and the countries of Central and Eastern Europe. The global strategy of infrastructure developments allows China to develop communication routes, shorten transport times, and reduce the cost of producing goods intended for export, for example, to European Union markets. Serbia hosted the first 16+1 summit in 2013. At the time, an agreement was signed to build the Belgrade railway line, which now is one of the Chinese most famous investments in this part of Europe. In 2013, Xi Jinping announced the reactivation of the Silk Road. In its modern form, it is called the Belt and Road Initiative. The Balkan Peninsula is a key part of the initiative connecting the road from Asia to Western Europe. Since November 2015, Serbia has been a member of this initiative. Last year, Serbia President Alexander Vučić met with Xi Jinping in Beijing on the sidelines of the Third Belt and Road Forum for International Cooperations. At that time, both leaders signed the Free Trade Agreement, which now covers almost 20,000 products, and some of its provisions have been implemented since July of this year. In May 2024, Xi Jinping made an official visit to Europe, during which he visited France, Hungary, and Serbia. The deliberate choice of only 3 countries emphasized who China currently treats as a real partner in our continent. Moreover, the date of Xi Jinping's visit to Serbia coincided with the 25th anniversary of the bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade by NATO in 1999, which symbolically shows how important it is for Chinese and Serbian people to remember the tragedies caused by Operation Light Force. Since 2017, Serbia has had a National Council for Coordination of Cooperation with the Russian Federation and the People's Republic of China. The council is headed by former Serbian President Tomislav Nikolic, but the activity of this institution is not very intense. Currently, the council is involved, for example, in the development of energy cooperation between those 2 countries and those with China and the international group. Because Chinese entrepreneurs are interested in investing in solar, wind, and gas power plants in Serbia. For example, yet the Chinese have modernized the Kosztovac thermal power plant and the largest thermal power plant in Serbia, Nikola Tesla pyramids. They have also declared their willingness to expand their Riedel coal mine, but for ecological reasons this has been a controversial area for years and is not finished yet. Moving from political cooperation to economic partnership, it must be said that for China, Serbia is not particularly attractive as a safe market for the product because it's a small country, but the possibility of using Serbian territory to distribute Chinese products to the European market is of great importance to China. In addition, China has the potential to force European or American corporations out of Serbia. The first Chinese steel factory in Europe was built in Serbia. In 2016, the Chinese hastily bought this mineral steel. What's interesting, Alexander Vučić has repeatedly thanked the Chinese for this investment because Serbia was unable to maintain the mill, and if it were not for the privatization of investors from China, it would probably have been closed and thousands of people would have lost their jobs. Also, President Xi Jinping visited the mill in 2016, which underlines the importance of these investments for Serbia and China. So to sum up, it is worth considering what opportunities and threats result for Serbia from close cooperations with China. In terms of political issues, the key factor is the fact that China does not interfere in the internal policy of foreign policy, priorities of partner countries. It supports the territorial integrity of Serbia, recognizing Kosovo and Macedonia as one of the state regions, not an independent entity. This support is very important from the perspective of Serbia, whose national interest is not to recognize Kosovo independence. Thanks to loans and credit from Chinese banks, Serbia is developing faster, primarily in terms of infrastructure networks, both road and rail. The country is becoming more attractive to tourists and, in the perspective of years, to other foreign investors. What's more, Chinese factories are creating new jobs position in Serbia. However, there is also a certain threat here, because Serbia's financial loans to China is growing every year. Multi-billion loans for decades burden the state budget, and the terms of the contracts are always more favorable to China. According to data from the National Bank of Serbia, at this year, loans from China accounted for about 10% of Serbia's total foreign debt. And from 2010 to 2023, Serbia's debt to China increased 12-fold. This is a very, very rapid pace. Critics have said that cooperation with China also talk about ecological trade caused by Chinese investment and the construction of new factories and infrastructure. In addition, there are high-profile cases of violation of workers' rights of Chinese employers. I think I can stop here because we have some survivors and scientists with knowledge of Serbian foreign policy. Someone did something which would be great.
Thank you, Ms. Herman. Thank you. So the next speaker is Professor Matej Savić, University of Warsaw, Bosnia and Herzegovina, peace implementation, crisis creation, legal and political problems, processes, and perspectives. Professor Savić, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I am also a lawyer. My field of expertise is international public law, as my colleague here. So we could have some same or similar aspects regarding this discussion today. The title of my presentation is Bosnia and Herzegovina from Peace Implementation to Crisis Creation, and I will try to elaborate some fundamental issues regarding the legal and political problems and processes in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Also, I will try to suggest a potential scope of perspectives. Bosnia and Herzegovina is, from a legal point of view, a unique state in the world, whether we look at its internal organization, its institutions, or its international legal status. It is clear that the BHI, the legal nature, the constitutional origin, the status and the state-forming entities, the position of international community cannot be compared with any other state in Europe. With the end of the civil war in the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the signing of the General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina, here and after DPA, in 1995, Dayton, Bosnia and Herzegovina was constituted with a specific form of organization. In this regard, from a comparative perspective, the system of Bosnia and Herzegovina is hard to compare with any other system that exists. From the signing of this agreement until today, there are different and opposing opinions regarding the BHI perspective, international legal status, character, and form of state organization. The character of Bosnia and Herzegovina international legal status is specific. At the same time, it is an internationally recognized state and an area under the international mandate or supervision. When taking into account the internal legal and political system, Bosnia and Herzegovina possess several contradictory characteristics as well. Regarding the internal organization, it should be emphasized that this system is unique, and if we elaborate furthermore, and if it needs to be classified into classical theoretical framework, Bosnia and Herzegovina might be characterized as a federation with distinct confederal elements. Because of such complex and contradictory architecture, there are too many unknowns and legal gaps that come to the fore. The fact that original text of the Bosnia and Herzegovina Constitution, that is Annex 4 of the Dayton Peace Agreement, and the entire DPA, 29 years after its conclusion, was not officially and authentically translated into domestic languages, adopted in the state institutions, and published in official gazette, additionally causes a legal uncertain environment. Furthermore, the influence of all high representatives from 1995 until today, together with the office of high representative, is very controversial. Primarily because of the practice they performed and the way they exercised their mandates. The DPA established the legal basis for the High Representative, that is Annex 10, to oversee the civilian implementation of the agreement. But in many cases, there was a situation that High Representatives, especially Petric and Erdal, expanded their powers and thus breached the Dayton Peace Agreement. The basis for this kind of action were the so-called called bond powers from 1997. Moreover, internal political actors are in a constant conflict of conceptions. This is the opposed visions of PHI and its internal organization problem, which spills over into all segments of the institutional arrangement. In essence, there are three opposed ideas of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and for the sake of their interest, the great powers that have influence in this place, in this region, align their positions with one of three conceptions and often encourage them. Doctrinally, viewed in a general way, this is actually an asymmetrical clash of centrifugal and centripetal forces between different levels of authority, where the influence of external factors is especially pronounced. These conflicting concepts can be listed as follows. Firstly, centralization concept, data revision, that is Bosnian concept. Confederalization concept, the original Dayton, that is Serbian concept. People's equality concept, data reform, partial reform in this place. This is a Croat concept. The Serbian and Croatian conceptions are somewhat coherent because they insist on preserving the constitutionality of the peoples in accordance with the framework established by the DPA. Nevertheless, one concept accepts a partial reform of the DPA and the constitution, while the other stands strongly in line with the original agreement. On the other hand, the Bosnian concept since 1995 has been continuously moving in one direction, the unitarization of Bosnia and Herzegovina and the abandonment of the constitutive nature of the peoples, which should establish the majority principle of decision-making. This would imply minimizing the position of the entities and their jurisdictions also. Besides this, Bosnia and Herzegovina possess chronic and long-lasting deficiencies. In the first place, there is a statehood problem. Bosnia and Herzegovina has never been a state before the 90s. Viewed historically, this territory represented mostly a semi-independent region. For a short period of time in the Middle Ages, it was a kingdom. For a long time, the area of today, PHI, was a part of Ottoman Empire. And in 1908, through annexation, it was a part of Austro-Hungarian monarchy. Later in the 20th century, this territory was a part of Kingdom of Yugoslavia, and from 1990